Alrighty, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. Yes, we're getting that early starting today. I've been late for like a billion days in a row, so I thought it's only fair. Let's get things up and running. Does this button work? Boop. What we are hoping for today is no crashes. No crashes. I still have no flipping idea exactly what's causing this, which is making the whole problem mighty frustrating. As I do not have the time, the effort, or the money to start just randomly swapping components in my PC, hoping that one of them is the faulty one. Certainly not when we start looking at big expensive things like graphics cards. So if it continues to happen, it continues to happen, and I'll just have to deal with it. Maybe we'll have to invest in a stream PC, so at least the stream doesn't die when we do it, and I can quickly reboot a computer nice and fast. Right, today, scribbly scribblers. That's the plan. We're going to do some scribbling. I'm slowly working through the professions, going through them I'm probably going through them a bit slower than some other people are going through these, but I'm doing it in my usual slow and methodical whilst thinking about shit kind of way. We got 4 more of the major crafting professions to look at. In summary so far, I guess, jewel crafting is just completely broken. Without prospecting working, it's very hard to establish any real baseline of what the profession is doing. Jewel crafting also seems to has a real problem with a lot of the recipe difficulty numbers being completely all over the place, and I can't quite 100% work out if that's because there's so many nodes in the spec tree that are broken. If they weren't broken, would it all make sense? Either way, jewel crafting feels a bit busted. Enchanting actually feels pretty solid. The spec trees seem to work pretty well. The only thing that doesn't work and is an absolute meme is the Shattered Essence tree. That whole tree just doesn't do what it says it's meant to do, so that needs fixing, but at the end of the day, all it is giving you a small buff to your secondary stats, so outside of that, it works fine. Tailoring is flipping Lord have mercy. You're going to have to be spending weeks and weeks and weeks grinding knowledge points to get tailoring in a good position. I was counting in excess of 250 knowledge points to like get good and guarantee certain recipes, which it's not a problem. It's not a problem, but it's going to mean that there is quite a long tail through Season 1 for tailoring, which, to be fair, is probably a good thing. It will mean that lots of people... The raid would probably open up with people still not being able to guarantee rank 5 cloth pieces. It means the entire game would be reliant on tailors using concentration, and it would really strangle the amount of crafted cloth items that could exist when first sparks come out, which would make those pretty expensive. Alternatively, the one person that gets to the point where they can guarantee it would end up with just a mountain of orders. So that could be fun. It's also wildly complicated. Tailoring was very, very complicated. I found scenarios where you need to put knowledge points in all 4 separate trees to actually optimize even something simple like crafting bolts. So simplicity seems to have gone out the window with tailoring. Yes, they've removed, unraveling, but as far as simplicity goes, it's more complicated to build up an optimal build than it has been before. And leatherworking was just leatherworking. Leatherworking is actually on a level with everything else now. You might remember that throughout the War Within, making all the leatherworking stuff was significantly easier than every other profession, which made it basically non-existent profit-wise, especially considering 2x4 farming leather was basically fueling the entire economy through thaumaturgy. So it meant all of the rare cloth and everything through skinning was like basically free. This time round, everything is more tightly tuned. You are going to need fully optimized builds before you're guaranteeing top quality stuff. So it's basically on a line with everything else, I think. And it's actually got probably more potential for like intermediate crafting and armor kit crafting than even something like blacksmithing this time. We haven't got to blacksmithing yet, but we will get there. But we're going to do some scribbling today. How's the PC? The PC is the PC. The PC, it works until it doesn't. And then, yeah, I can't seem to find any sort of real solid indication to why it's doing it. I've suspected graphics card drivers, but I've done everything I can to rectify reinstalling and getting the graphics card drivers up and running. I'm at the point where I'm just going to have to pretend it doesn't exist, and if it does exist, just get annoyed by it and then, you know, fight through it. Let's have a look at scribbling. My glasses are actually filthy, by the way. Oh my god, there's a dog has literally licked my glasses. Yeah, scribbling this morning. Let's get some scribbling on the go. Good morning, Goldson. How we doing? Welcome in. Right. Inscription. This is going to give us the opportunity to have a little bit of a look at Dark Moon. Dark Moon is going to be interesting, but the first thing we do when we look at any profession is see how the leveling of the profession plays out. Let me get some deep dive notes for inscription. So yeah, I've slowly but surely been putting just some notes together on this. Enchanting, bugs that we found, some tailoring notes, very high skill requirement on most crafts. The plus skill is also dotted around all over the place. Cooldown bolts are looking more promising since they actually are used in more useful stuff this time around. But yeah, slapping a generic plus skill node at the end of the multicraft node, for example, basically makes that multicraft node mandatory for every build, meaning everybody will have the same multicraft skill. The only variance there will be if some people get their tool wrong. It basically means that there is huge amounts of knowledge points needed. There's about 30 more knowledge points to full build something, probably more than it should be. In many cases, which is putting some really high knowledge point requirements to craft some items, even basic items, which is going to make tailoring kind of fun, to be honest. During crafting, we did some very basic early prospecting the other day, but there were so many bugs with the spec tree, it's hard to really get a good grasp of dual crafting at the moment. Leatherworking. Traditional pattern of leveling up, basically creating a couple of each armor piece until you unlock the next one, and then crafting that a few times. You hit the wall at 60, then you're looking at spending knowledge points to unlock an endgame pattern or buying a recipe off the auction house. Your final spec direction is going to basically dictate how you get to 100 in leatherworking. Materials are far more tightly tuned, making them as difficult as everything else to craft, which is only good for the profession. More tightly tuned and more difficult is actually better, believe it or not. It might mean that there's some profit in leatherworking. This is kind of crazy though. At 150 moxie each, it takes 2,400 moxie to buy all of the profession patterns. So if your plan for leatherworking is to go into making the profession tools and accessories for everybody else, you're going to be grinding moxie for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to even get like a fraction of the recipes, kind of meaning you might want to run multiple leatherworkers just to be able to, like, you know, cover all bases. Just how like people run like 2 or 3, you know, tailors to be able to like cover all pieces of gear, you might end up needing to do exactly the same. The caveat though is that most of the profession gear is pretty quick to actually max out. You don't need many knowledge points to max it out, which actually only goes to emphasize the fact that it's going to be a very short-term market, one that you might want to throw a couple of leather workers at rather than just playing one for the long haul, which is going to be fun. But we'll get some inscription done this morning. It might be as simple as some bad cable between the card and the monitor, and up to yeah, I know. There's loads of very simple things it could be, and I can't figure it out, so I'm just ignoring it now. I appreciate you guys want to try and help out, but in the nicest possible way. Everybody's saying, "Have you tried this? Is it that? What is this?" That isn't actually very helpful, and so hence I'm just going to ignore it. I apologize. It's not me being obtuse. It's just kind of frustrating. Let's try and level inscription then a little bit. We're going to need a bunch of materials for this. I wonder if milling is all sorts of working or not, considering how busted jewel crafting was for prospecting. Let's grab... We're going to need a few basics to get going, aren't we? We're going to need probably the bag of general goods, the bag of optional goods probably. We're going to need a big old bag of herbs, no doubt. The big bag of minerals is probably our moats and the likes. Alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, engineering, jewel crafting. Oh, specific inscription goods. Everything you need to as a scribe. Then we're going to need the give me a shitload of knowledge points book. Where's the scribbly one of those? That one.
We shall meet again.
Probably going to need a few other bits and pieces, but I guess we'll grab them as needed. There's some moats. And some random odds and ends. No, moats down here. Odds and ends. What we got in here? The optional goods. We'll need those for if we start tinkering with crafting gear, but a lot of this is actually stuff we make with inscription anyway, so I'm going to ignore that for now. Going to need a bunch of herbs. We're going to need to get some milling on the go. We don't really need Nocturnal Lotus. Which is the herb we don't mill? I think it's Azroot, isn't it? I think that's the one we don't actually mill. Is this just ore? This is just ore. And inscription goods. Oh, yeah, we got our vendor water. Oh, it gives us loads of pigments and stuff. Okay, this is leading me to believe that maybe milling doesn't work very well. Let's take some of the vendor stuff. We'll take the rest of that if we need it. Okay. Right, we should have the basic materials. This should give us an indication of how we level it anyway. Any intermediates, we can kind of make those probably in part during leveling. Discovered last night you can craft directly from the warband bank. Mind blown. Why does Blizz not tell us this stuff? Well, the fun thing is that didn't go live at the War Within launch. That was hot fixed in, like, I don't know, 11.0.5 or something, or 11.0.7 or something. I can't remember. That was kind of hot fixed in with a mini patch. But yeah, if you play predominantly on one account, that can get really, really, really useful.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Let's get you open. Right, let's have a look, see what we're doing for leveling inscription then. Gonna start with milling. What we're gonna start by milling is questionable because we don't have quality 1 herbs. Another one of those where it's going to be hard to test this properly because it'd be interesting to know the difference between quality 1 and quality 2 herbs. But I'm suspecting that we might actually only get quality 1 pigments out of this. In fact, I'm almost convinced we'll only get quality 1 pigments out of this. Some pretty sizable numbers of pigments, though, mind. From 10 herbs. Mill down 200 herbs. Skill points from milling all the way up to skill 20 by the looks of things. Does the goblin racial discount make a big difference at the start with vendor items? Not really. Not really. And in fact, in more recent times, it's not even particularly worked on current expansion stuff. The last time it was really potent was in Shadowlands, where you were spending quite literally hundreds of thousands of gold on vendor mats. Not so much anymore. 200 Tranquility Bloom gave us 329 pigments. We do need Argent Leaf and Mana Lily and Sanguithorn pigments all over the place. Half as many Mana Lilies in each one. Argent Leaf goes into Sienna. Sanguithorn goes into Munsell. Okay, sure. That does mean we need to mill down Sanguithorn, Mana Lily, and Argent Leaf. Mill a bunch of these down then. Do the same thing again. Mill just a stack of 200 to begin with. Go from there. Okay, very similar number from the Sanguithorn as we got from Tranquility Bloom. Considering we need twice as much powder pigment when making inks as anything else, that does mean that you're basically using double the amount of Tranquility Bloom when making inks, just across the board. Which kind of makes sense. You know, Tranquility Bloom is meant to be the common herb. Even though in things like jewel crafting, the commonality of it doesn't always mean it's any cheaper. We get our ciphers and everything starting to be unlocked here. I'm still going to continue milling a little bit of all of this. So we've got some pigments to make inks with. This might be overkill, but I do tend to remember from past expansions that Inscription uses just a disgusting amount of herbs at the beginning to level it up. That said, actually, I wonder if there's the same shenanigans at play that you can just level it doing these flipping books almost all the way. And then the last one we can actually mill is the Mana Lily. Oh, hang on, the wife's calling. Why is she choosing to call me at 9 minutes past the hour? She knows I'm streaming. This could be important. Please hold. No, wasn't important at all. Hi, good morning. Just wanted to check in. I love you too. I'm 9 minutes into my stream. Whoops. Sorry, I forgot. Right. She's in the office today. That's why. She had to get up a little bit early to leave early. Right, where did we get to? Let's mill some more. I shouldn't diss. It's a sign of love. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. There we go. So actually, mill rates seem to be relatively similar across the board. Between 330 and 340, pretty much for all of them. That's within RNG. 10 herbs is giving you an average of like 17 pigments or something like that, isn't it? Between 15 and 20, by the looks of things. An average of 17 pigments per 10 herbs, or 1 to 1.7 ratio. 1 to 2 would have been nicer, but what you'll probably find is by the time you've spec'd into milling, it will probably round out to a nicer number. You're in theory not really meant to be doing much milling at this point because you can spec into getting better at it. For starters, you'd want to be putting quality 2 herbs in order to get quality 2 pigments out, would be my guess. But something that is quite interesting is in past expansions, they've often had... Oh, yeah, this is where Inscription's going to feel a little bit different this time, because we now live in this all or nothing. We live in an all or nothing world where you get no skill for normal materials and you get 40% skill for high quality materials. Not having that in the middle, that quality 2, means that you are actually going to need high quality pigments in order to make high quality inks, unless you're willing to make a very, very small amount of inks via concentration, which does not feel very attractive to anybody, I can imagine. Much, much bigger emphasis on having a good character that can mill, and then a good character that can make inks. Yeah, this is the minimum 3 scribes situation again, isn't it? Inscription can do the bows now. Is that a new thing? Was it leatherworking that could do that? Yeah, if Inscription makes the bow, that's new to them. It was engineers that made the gun last expansion. They seem to give the hunter weapon to different professions each expansion at the moment. But right, we milled a few things. There's a good chance we can harvest a few skill points at this point as well from actually doing some inks, maybe. Mr. Dipper, how we doing, my man? 32 months, big numbers. Many appreciates on that one. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? Are you playing beta right now? What are you up to? Are you on the beta? Are you still progging? What are you up to? And then he turns up with a shut up chat. My man. My man. Right. We move this. Can we move this window a little bit more to make it a little bit more in the middle of the screen, or a little bit more visible, so my camera's not in the way? Probably slightly better. I'm waiting for you to give me a beta key. Oh, I see. I see. I didn't get any freebies off Blizzard to dish out, unfortunately. I'm a WoW partner, but I'm kind of roped. I'm enrolled in the NA side of it, even though I'm an EU player and EU streamer, which means for some weird reason I didn't qualify for any free keys to give away, unfortunately. But we'll see what we can do closer to launch. So we're probably going to craft a few inks here from this point. There's no reason to not make a few inks at least, especially if we can get skill points from them. Interesting just that even after milling 200 of each herbs, we're only looking at making like 16 inks in total. That's really not a lot. once again going to emphasize just how bad you probably are at milling. I wonder if your mill rates actually increase as your skill increases as well. Kind of hard to test with only quality 2 herbs to play with. If we can get some skill points from these, let's do it. It's not like we're not going to need them anyway. Lots of options here. You're going to dip into maybe starting to use some of those inks you've just made with some Azroot to make a few profession tools. It's weird that that one uses an ink and an Azroot but no water. That leads me to believe there are still changes to be made. That uses 2 inks. Oh, it's 2 inks per craft. Oh, well, that's fun. That's also okay. That makes the cost per ink slightly less gross. That's also going to mean there's going to be some juicy multi-craft procs on those. Oh my god, the default quantity is 2. You could be getting like 10 when you proc multi-craft, which is wild. Same with prospecting. You can prospect like 1500 ore and you get like 30 gems. Yeah. Our very, very rudimentary early 0 skill prospecting was returning some horribly like painful results. These were from 500 ore. I think we prospected 500 ore and you were getting like nothing. Genuinely nothing. Not quite as bad as 1500 to get 30 gems, but like it does get much better though when you do put some points into prospecting though. But the prospecting nodes are broken, need fixing before we can get some proper data out of it. We had a little look at Drawn Crafting a couple of days ago. Okay, so we've made a couple of inks there now, which is cool. Soul ciphers. These are not going to be cheap to produce. And interestingly, concentration required to make these at top quality is pretty gross as well. I think the Spectres, if I remember correctly, is it that one? Perfected products. Inks, milling, ciphers. Yeah, it's a very similar setup to get good at doing this again. But because it's all part of the same tree, nothing really shares particularly other than the points in here. So you're looking at 90 points to get really good at milling, which is viable. See, this is going to be a really big question for me. Because if you can only get quality 2 pigments by being like absolutely min-maxed as a miller, 90 points isn't going to be the problem. I mean, that's hard work, don't get me wrong. 90 points is going to be hard work to do like first week of the expansion. That's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. The concern for me more so than anything else is how quickly you're going to be able to get these. Because everything is so tightly tuned that if you can't get like your full setup up here anytime soon, which until they start putting the Moxie on the profession tools, we just don't know how long it's going to take to fill these. But if you just straight up do not get quality 2 pigments without using concentration until you're full build, then that has knock-on effects that with no quality 2 pigments knocking about, it's going to be either very difficult or incredibly expensive to make quality 2 inks. Think how many times people would need to use concentration on milling when using, like, even if they were using quality 2 herbs here, right? It's still 300 concentration just to get, like, what was it, an average of 17 pigments? 300 concentration. How many scribes going milling using concentration in the first week would there be needed to get just a handful of inks produced at quality 2? Then you could obviously use your concentration here with the quality 1 pigments, but you're looking at 300 for those as well. Because we know quality 2 inks are required for making Dark Moon cards. Can't make Dark Moon cards from quality 1 inks. They have to be quality 2. So, woo! So far the skill for Q2 inks is actually very low. 500. But that's probably true if you're that's probably true if you're using quality 2 pigments. But quality 2 pigments might not be all that readily available very quickly. Not to mention, I would guess that if you are going this route, you also simultaneously are going to go into this tree pretty aggressively as well. So it's not strictly just 90 points here. Let's say you need to get really good at milling. You've got 90 points on the go in here, but you're also simultaneously, to then be competitive on price, going to want to put at least 10, 20, 30... milling doesn't proc. Milling doesn't actually benefit directly from anything. Interestingly, there's no resourcefulness by the looks of things on milling, or is that just because I don't have any resourcefulness so far? You might needing to be put points. In fact, maybe not here at all, thinking about it. Maybe it is just straight 90 points. Okay, resourcefulness does play a part here. That means you are going to put 10 points in here, and you're going to put 20 points here, so that's another 30. So we're looking at 120 knowledge points. 120 knowledge points to be really good at milling. That will allow you to take quality 2 herbs and mill them into quality 2 pigments all day long. But your approach to that probably, and I say probably, because you're not going to get 120 knowledge points in the first week. I don't think. Even with all of the first-time crafts the Inscription has available to it, I don't think millers are going to be getting 120 points in the first week. And then there's a real big question of how quickly can you get your 40 skill from up here? How quickly can you get those rare profession tools on the go? This is the only thing that might push people to buy the rare profession tools, is that buying the rare profession tools and swallowing the cost of the rare profession tools might be your in to being one of the first in the region to be able to max build a certain spec. And if the timing on that is right, it's literally worth tens of millions of gold when it happens. Yeah, resourcefulness does affect milling. It just didn't pop up because I hadn't selected a herb. Anyway, let's look a little bit more on the leveling still, or we get too distracted by the squirrels of which build are we going to go and where's the money. If we've made a bunch of inks quickly, we can probably then use some of these quite effectively here. Unless there is anything that... Oh, these actually, weirdly, are probably going to be quite cheap to make. Although the materials on these feels wrong. Feels like there's probably more materials going in there. Soul Ciphers, I think, is going to be something you are going to sell. And it's going to be something that I fail to believe won't be a good way to get some skill points. Do the secondary stats from the War Within profession items work on Midnight? On the leveling realms, they do, yeah. And actually, all of the stats are all over the place a little bit. The stats are a little bit all over the place because obviously we're having a level squish going into Midnight, but they haven't squished all of the stats on the tools yet. So, as it stands right now, the War Within tools are better than the Midnight ones. I'm 99% sure they'll fix that, though, before it goes live. Can you clarify the Dark Moon situation? I thought you had the normal decks using a set of cards, then the Dominions and the Sigils. Where is the Q2 ink needed? Well, my suspicion is that you'll be able to craft the cards 1 through till 8, and then make basic bind-on-equip trinkets that you'll be able to sell on the auction house, but they'll be of modest item level. I don't know what the item level is yet, I've not tested. But then your Dominion, your Dark Moon Dominion trinkets are the ones that use sparks, they're bind-on pickup, they're theoretically upgradable throughout the whole expansion. They come with the, you know, Asa embellished item from the word go. The sigils are then the Dark Moon card's powers, but in embellishment form that can then be attached to other pieces of crafted gear if needed. In regards to where the Q2 ink is needed, if you want any of those if you want the Dominions or the Sigils at high quality or quality 5, that's where you're gonna need Q2 inks for that to happen. We still need 5 more points. Do we make a few codifieds? Are we going to assume that we're going to need a few of these codifieds, although these are not going to be particularly cheap? But if we end up needing them later anyway, there's no harm in making some. If you can gain skill points by crafting a reagent that you're only going to need later anyway, it's kind of a win-win. We hit skill 35 and we're back into making missives to get skill ups. It's the only guaranteed way. The alternative here possibly is unlocking some of this. This is usually the point, isn't it, where you start unlocking these. In fact, you might even be able to unlock these at 25. You can unlock this first one at 25. I know this was a very common way to just like blast inscription, was to just make a shitload of these and not worry about everything else. So much snow during the night. We had nothing but slush again. It needs to go like 2 degrees colder here. I'd actually quite like some proper snow, rather than all of this like slushy wet stuff. Can you in here? Where'd you learn this? Calm Hands specialization. Learn to craft the Thalassian treatise. Oh, okay. So at 25 skill points, you can unlock this straight away. which teaches you this straight away. Which does then, in theory, mean you can start pumping these out as a way to gain skill points. And considering these are warband, it's not like you're not going to use them. 15 to 20 centimeters, but it's heavy snow. Oh, it's the wet. Yeah, it's because it's still quite warm, isn't it? We need like -10 before you get the fluffy stuff. If you had to pick one profession to be your IRL, one WoW profession to be your IRL job, what would it be? Oh, jewel crafting. You seen how much money's in diamonds? Should always be under -5 so they don't get any ideas to spread salt. While in Finland, they don't put salt down at all. They just put little rocks down. And then in the spring, they just come along and hoover up all the little rocks and reuse them next year. Salt's horrible. It just rusts everything and corrodes your cars and is terrible for your dog's paws and all sorts. The UK uses salt the second it gets cold. Considering the fact that you require 2 inks to make the missives, yet only 1 inks for making these are actually the mathematical correct way to get skill points from this point on anyway. Yeah, even these other things that are not guaranteed skill points are using similar quantities. So it's you're actually... This is actually the right thing to do anyway, is to unlock that spec tree and craft some of these. You haven't had to spend any knowledge points, which is why I consider this something safe to do. I'm always very cautious about telling people that they need to spend knowledge points to level their profession, because any points spent leveling the profession is maybe points that they then can't go and spend somewhere else. Well, that got us to 40 while still giving guaranteed skill points, so I don't think we stop, do we? But it does mean we need more inks. Now we're going to run out of powder pigment as well. Be 5 more of these if they stay guaranteed. Interestingly, I've crafted 10 of these now. Is that 10 of those? I've crafted 10 of them and I'm yet to learn another one. I thought, is that not how you learn the other ones anymore? Crafting them. Oh, no, you do learn them by crafting other ones. Oh, I'd have really hoped after crafting 10 of them I'd have learned another one, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe RNG didn't bless me. We need some more inks. We're low on inks again. Actually, what did we just learn? More missives? Using twice as many inks to make the missives. Admittedly, you'll probably sell the missives, whereas crafting these, you're just going to... they're just going to go in your war bank and you're going to use them yourself. Or you could bang out. There's a well, you probably wouldn't find many inscription work orders for these, would you? Okay, we need more inks. Oddly, I'm starting to think that crafting these soul ciphers and those codified azurwoods were probably not a good idea. I actually now need to mill down. Let's mill another 100 tranquility bloom. Probably another 200 actually. Because you need twice as much tranquility bloom as you do everything else. So where I milled 200 of the other herbs, I should have milled 400 of this. That should get us most of our pigments consumed at a relatively even rate. Seems to be bugged. I did like 50. Oh, did you... was that like 50? Did you not get any... Did you not learn any more of them? If you did like 50 crafts and didn't get a single one, then yeah, that feels real bugged. It shouldn't be that low of a chance to proc something new. There's a few more at least. We get to 50. No decor recipes at 80. Okay, still guaranteed. Oh, this fundamentally makes leveling inscription pretty straightforward. The only complication is going to be if these like grey out at 80 or something. Okay, well, those codifieds and those ciphers... Oh, well, hang on. Every single one of these recipes is using basically exactly the same materials. That makes me feel that there might still be work to do on those. But the fact that they are using both codifieds at 20 soul ciphers and 10 codifieds to make one... Oh, no. No, all of this decor is still busted. Look, magnificent towering bookcase, wild hanging scroll. This is an indication you can ignore all of this. That it doesn't work yet. Ignore all of this. Ignore. 50 to 100 through Vantus runes. Quite probably. If you are not willing to make significantly more of these for your own consumption, or you're not filling work orders for these, you should in theory be... Let's do a little F6 on this craft. Is not teaching new professions. Is not discovering more recipes. You know where we get the lumber? Trees in the zones. Simple gathering. Lumber's all soulbound, warbound though, so you're not able to buy lumber. You have to go farm it yourself. Yeah, potentially just spamming out Vantus runes at this point. What does a soul cipher cost relative in terms of inks? The soul cipher is using one of each inks, plus it's using motes. But you do get up to 2 of them if you're lucky. Meaning that one of each inks... it does mean Vantus runes are more expensive. Meaning you're probably not, if you're trying to keep the costs down. If you're trying to keep the physical costs down, you probably don't want to craft up a shitload of Vantus runes. But on the flip side, you will sell the Vantus runes. That is unless absolutely nobody wants the normal quality one and everybody only wants... What's the difference between the two? 216 to 270. Yeah, this is where your problem lies, right? If you mass produce a bunch of normal quality Vantus runes, you also might probably struggle to sell them. Depends what you plan on doing, though, because this, interestingly, and I've started to like put the pieces of the puzzle together here when working this one out. Smart goblins will quite quickly understand that leveling their profession to 100 ASAP isn't really as valuable as it first looks. And it's going to be that you don't need this bar to hit 100 until you've got this sorted. Now that we live in this world where we only have an all or nothing when it comes to materials, there's not that quality 2 that sits in the middle. It means that if you can't reach max build, it don't matter. Like, it only matters until you can, like, when you can finally do it. So you don't need to get this bar to 100 until you've got your full set of profession gear, which is likely going to be something that's time delayed by possibly even a couple of weeks, depending on just how they pace the Moxie and how they pace or how they cost up the profession tools. Now, in theory, they could put Moxie on the epic ones and not put any Moxie on the rare ones. And if they do that, you'll be able to buy the rare ones day one. And then if you can buy the rare ones day one, then this also matters to get this to 100 day one. And then you'll have people running around with full build day one. And it'll just be, like, absolutely ludicrous. But a lot is balanced on how quickly you can get these profession tools. Your plus 40 skill that you get from profession tools. If it's going to take a couple of weeks to build these out, then there isn't actually much rush to fill this bar. If there isn't that rush to fill the bar, you can then start being a little bit more savvy about how you do fill the bar, such as like using concentration to make Vantus runes that will actually sell and will actually be worthwhile, but just like slowly chipping away at, like, you know, a bunch of points here. If there's no rush to fill this, if we've got time, then don't spending exponential amounts of gold to rush isn't going to make that much of a difference. Because all this is ultimately doing is giving you a little bit of skill. But with everything so tightly tuned to the fact that you're going to need a full build up here and 100 points in here to make high quality stuff without concentration, don't rush it, basically, is what I'm trying to get at here. But at least it's interesting to see what the path to success is. So once at 50, you are kind of brick-walled. No more trainer recipes. 2 inks, but at least you'll sell them. Or the alternative is just to craft up a bunch of these still. Let's see how far these go before they go like yellow. Believe it or not, there's usually some pretty good money in filling work orders for these books in the first couple of weeks of an expansion. If nothing else, you'll probably want one scribe that can make all of these books anyway for all of your alts. Okay, need more inks. Wonder how the reduction in quality levels affects ingenuity crafting. Do you see anything changing there? Interestingly, no. The logic would be that because we don't gain any skill from our normal materials, the logic would be that you need way more concentration to craft something, because you should be much further behind. But they seem to have already thought about that. The amount of concentration that is needed to, like, jump the gap doesn't seem to be particularly more than what it was in the War Within. From what I've seen so far, at least. But like I said, it's kind of an all or nothing situation now. It's not like there's this, like... Because in the War Within, we had this pacing, right? Where everybody was creating quality 1 shit whilst they were leveling the professions and nobody cared about it. But you know, once you crossed that threshold where you could start making quality 2 stuff, it was kind of like, it was the first step. And when you could start producing quality 2 stuff, you could start mass crafting and banging out some quality 2 stuff, which was helping people level up their professions. And you could spin it was a stepping stone. You could spin your professions up. You could start printing, and you could start making some gold by just crafting the quality 2 stuff ahead of everybody else. Because in the first week, there was at least a bit of a premium, even on the quality 2 stuff for the most part. I know eventually quality 1 and 2 ended up balancing out to be exactly the same price, but you think like first couple of weeks of the season, that first stepping stone to being able to make quality 2 stuff was like a mini achievement in itself. That was like the unlock point for you to start crafting. We don't have that now. It's literally your none of this matters until you happen to have all of your ducks in a row, and then you can guarantee something. It's all or nothing. It's a very black or white setup this time, now that they've reduced the quality ranks. That's not so true when it comes to like crafting gear, for example, because that still has 5 ranks. So if you are looking at crafting endgame gear for people, every little bit does still help, because you're going to want to keep pushing. You're going to want to unlock quality 3. In theory, you're going to want to do whatever you need to do to unlock quality 4, so that if somebody comes along with a briefcase of cash and insists on having a quality 5 thing really goddamn quickly, they can pay you a briefcase of cash for your concentration to concentrate it to quality 5. But it means you still need to do the work to get it to at least quality 4, so that you have that option. But that's a real early, first couple of weeks of an expansion kind of thing. Monster links I need. Okay, still guaranteeing skill points even at skill 60. Out of curiosity, how far do we need to unlock all 4 trees? 5 skill when crafting carvable equipment. Not a very interesting bonus. 5 skill when milling or crafting reagents. Like I said, doesn't matter until you have full build. This is what's going to make building into your professions feel really weird. Because like we already mentioned, you need, what is it, like 90 points before you get like tip top for milling. But the first 89 points basically don't matter. The first 89 points out of 90 don't really do anything. Absolutely nothing matters until you can full build it. Because until you can reach that full build point, until you can put the 90th point in milling, you're still only going to be producing quality 1 pigments, guaranteed. So the first 89 points don't matter. It's the 90th point that then does everything for you. And now that is assuming that you get this leveled up and you get this. The first 89 points also don't matter until you've got all of this in place as well, but... I think I'll wait till January to start diving into the beta. So much of it's not even close to finished. I mean, the reason I do it straight away is because, I go through it with a fine-tooth comb and I report a bunch of bugs. So hopefully by January it's ready for people like you to jump in and have a look at. You're welcome. But also, this is weirdly part of the expansion process that I quite enjoy. I've said this 500 times on stream. Like, for me, goal making is more about the journey than it is the actual destination. Once it all goes live and once we're putting it into action, it's fun to see the gold roll in, sure. But I get just as much satisfaction from figuring out. You have those players, right, that spend their entire life at the training dummy, going through logs, tweaking their talent builds. You know, you have players that do that with their classes, and they, you know, get an unquantifiable amount of enjoyment from doing that. I have the same, but tinkering with the professions, finding out what's going to work and when it's going to work and what the best routes to go and stuff. This is weirdly enjoyable for me. I'm odd, clearly. Did we run out of all stuff? No, I ran out of powder pigments again. Have I got my maths wrong? Have I got my maths wrong on this? Yes. Thanks, Woo. Appreciate that. Alright, well, let's smush down another 100. But this just, this highlights once again how Inscription at the very beginning is like ridiculously expensive to level up if you try and be self-sufficient like this. I've gone through 500, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've gone through more than 1,000 herbs already. And I'm only skill 60. Which, unless you were doing this, if you were doing this literally on any day other than day 1 of the expansion, you are probably best just straight buying the inks off the auction house and not doing any of this milling and not doing any of this reagent crafting. Because within a week of the expansion going live, there'll be people so optimized at doing this that you know, you'll be able to buy the inks for far less than it costs you to make them yourself from the herbs. When's this recipe going to go yellow then? Surely we're not going to get past 75 skill with this. Surely not. Still good at 65. Still good at 70. I'm out of flipping powder pigment again. Do you have any guess about the official release date? End of February. It's almost guaranteed to be the end of February. Last week in Feb, first week in March is a pretty safe assumption. Wow, it's still guaranteeing skill points past skill 7. Does this just go all the way to 100? Are you genuinely just going to craft these all the way to 100 and then have an entire year's worth of inscription books just ready to use every week until... That's what I did for the War Within. For most of the expansion, every week I could log in and just use a book from the War Bank I made in the first week. Sunk cost, but one that you know, paid for itself eventually. Craft a variety of the books for your alts since it's warbound now. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what you'll do. It's not, the discovery system isn't working on it right now, which is why it's not, but that's probably what you will do, yeah. Like I said, okay, they go yellow at 80. Yellow at 80. Does mean pushing to 100 starts to get quite expensive, but sure. Leveling is once again a book crafting adventure. You are probably going to need to mill a few herbs. You can get to, what did I say? Mill herbs to 20. Mill herbs to skill 20. Make inks till 25. And then books to 100. GG, well played. That's literally it. So inscription is not going to be that difficult. Books go yellow at skill 80, but can probably be blasted all the way to 100 if you craft enough of them. We keep going just to see. I will say, though, that it is probable that you will just buy your... Like I said, unless you are doing this literally day one. Wow. I think I did about 5 books in a row there without getting a skill point. That was really unlucky. I don't think these are consuming the pigments at the right rates. They are. I just seem to... Oh, that's where my maths is wrong. 2 ink... Yeah. You are using... You're actually using 4 times as much tranquility. It's double, but it's double for both inks. So it's doubling the double. It's a double-double. Meaning, yeah, you burn through 4 times as much tranquility bloom as you do the rare herbs. I've gone through 800 tranquility bloom, but I've only used 200 of the others. Yeah, it's double the amount, but it's double on both inks. You seem to need most inks in equal quantities. So 4 times the amount of tranquility bloom is required relative to the uncommon herbs. Now, I don't know how alchemy is going to pull from the herbs. But that as a quantity, requiring 4 times as many of one type of herb, will almost make Tranquility Bloom more expensive than Sanguithorn or Argent Leaf or Mana Lilies. Unless it is also found in 4 times the quantity, but my herbing and mining so far wouldn't lead me to believe that Tranquility Bloom is 4 times more abundant. Wasn't the book tree the one that gives you the resourcefulness, ingenuity of multicraft? Of course, you'll fill those. It's still 1 knowledge point a week, but there is a way to double it to 2 in the tree somewhere. In theory, we haven't tested whether the spec trees actually work yet, but earn an additional knowledge point when reading an Algari book treatise on inscription. Now, it doesn't state this, but one thing I did also notice, and could be why the discovery seems to have done basically nothing. I have a sneaky suspicion there is a hidden increase to the discovery rate in one of these knowledge nodes. Because it was kind of the same in the War Within. That the discovery was really bad until you started spending some points in it. And then the discovery RNG seemed to get less bad. Also known as better. I wonder if that's the same again. I wonder if it's not actually bugged. I wonder if it's just that with no points in here, your chance of discovery is basically also 0. Does look like we might be able to take this all the way to 80 though. All the way to 100. Oh, not quickly or easily though. Guess it's not worth specializing into books on an alt this time again. People were paying like 500 gold for those on day 1. I mean, 500 gold is better than nothing. The main reason you have a scribe that specs into them, though, is so that you can be self-sufficient with all of your alts. So that you then don't have to buy a book off anybody else. You are literally only paying crafting cost for all of your alts from that point on. Where you have a pocket scribe. Let's make a few more inks. We're probably going to need more than this again, but trying to get sort of an estimation to day 1 materials that might be required here. Also, not having tools, not having any sort of spec points spent so far is also clearly making the process way more expensive than it probably needs to be. Okay, green at 90 means those last 10 points are really gross. And you don't really have a lot of other options either. Your profession gear, whilst it does give skill points, sort of relies on you finding customers. The weapons, though, on the other hand, blueprint staves, 5 points. Oh dear. He dead. He dead. At least it's the game that crashed, not my PC. Without thaumaturgy, prices will go crazy for some professions. I think the only one that might suffer greatly by not having thaumaturgy is tailoring. I'm pretty convinced that a good 50% of all of the cloth that ever existed in the War Within probably came from thaumaturgy, not from tailors farming it. Meaning, we could see significantly higher cloth prices if it's left in the hands of tailors to supply it all. Five skill when crafting Dark Moon sigils. That's it, okay. Oh, they've got icons now. Oh, that's cool. They had generic icons last time I looked at this. They've actually got proper icons now. I like that. Is the thaumaturgy being removed? Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. It's gone. Oh my god, nearly died. So all of these weapon recipes come from spec trees, which means there's no way to get your hands on them without spending knowledge points, which might not be something people want to do. Although it does actually only take 5 points. You only need to put 5 points into this to learn this recipe, which in theory you could, if you didn't want to just mass produce these, in theory, because if you are going to spin up a couple of, if you are going to need to spin up a couple of scribes, you're probably not going to want to mass produce these to level on all of your scribes. Otherwise, you are just going to sit on a metric ton of flipping knowledge point books. If you wanted an alternative route, 5 knowledge points in this direction unlocks this recipe, because you get an unlock for free, and then the first node of this unlock also gives you an unlock, and then there's only 5 points you need to spend to unlock this recipe here. 15 points to unlock the bow, and 15 points to unlock the codex. So that is the cheapest way to actually unlock an endgame recipe. And you may say, well, what if nobody wants this? Well, this is where the baby spark system comes in. You can craft baby sparks with your engineer and then just craft a whole bunch of basically throwaway versions of this. 6 codifieds, 3 ciphers, and a majestic hide per one, though, is still going to make this like 10,000 gold probably for 3 knowledge for 3 points. So it's an alternative, but equally not a cheap alternative. Like I said, you could go and get a recipe for a profession tool to do that alternatively, but then you are 100% relying on work orders coming in for them. And of course, it's going to cost you Moxie to get those. Blueprints, market research. Can you go this way? Does this also unlock a subspec of your choice? Oh, you learn the quill just by unlocking this. Which is not the end of the world, because you're going to need one of those anyway. Now, if they don't put a disgusting amount of Moxie on crafting these, the issue is, while unlocking this quote-unquote for free is fine, if they slap a bunch of Moxie on this, that limits how many you can craft, so you can't craft a bunch to gain skill ups. And worst case scenario, worse than that, is that you probably want the epic one, because you go from 79 stats to 110 stats. You're not, if they put Moxie on both the rare and the epic versions, you can basically write off the rare versions as dead on arrival. I think it would be quite interesting if they put 300 Moxie on the rare ones and 450 Moxie on the epic ones, because that will force some people to make an educated decision. You know, it will force, because if they make the epic ones 450 Moxie, and the rare ones 300 Moxie, then that means you need 900 Moxie to actually technically be full build. 300 times 3. So you'd need 900 Moxie. That would be, as soon as you can get 900 Moxie, you'd be able to be full build. Even though you wouldn't have as many secondary stats. You wouldn't have as much resourcefulness. You wouldn't have as much concentration. But a spend of 900 Moxie as opposed to like 1300 Moxie could mean that you then get full build like a week or two earlier than somebody holds than the person that holds out to get the epic ones. Can you, in that 2-week period, take enough advantage of that sort of first to market situation? But knowing that it's then going to take you another 1,300 Moxie to then replace all of those rare ones with epic ones. So for you to, you know, it's a short-term win without the ability to have a lot. You know, you're going to want to then be able to make as much as possible in that short advantage period. I think the amount of Moxie they put on these tools is going to be really interesting. Still delaying purple by spending the Moxie on the blues. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's the, if you feel that getting full build and being able to mass craft something at top quality, you know, full build at the right time is worth a lot of gold. A lot of gold. We got some good, you know, real experience of this. We got some real good experience of this at the beginning of the War Within, where actually you could get, because of the shuffle, you could get full build in many cases way before you needed full build, which, believe it or not, was actually a problem, because it meant that by the time you could get full build, you had first to market advantage way before anybody needed anything or wanted anything. Which unfortunately also then meant that people that didn't push to full build quite as quick had more time to get it. And it meant that by the time people actually wanted to buy stuff, you'd actually lost that first to market advantage because there were so many other people that could already craft that same stuff. Jewel crafting, for example, was jewel cut gems was a really good example of that. You could get full build and you could mass produce top quality gems in the War Within before the raid even launched, which sounded fantastic because it sounded like, oh, that's great. Then I can mass produce these gems and I can get them sold to everybody that goes into the raid. But the problem was, is by the time people got gear and by the time people actually wanted to buy those gems, there was already an army of jewel crafting concentration alts supplying most of the market with yet cheaper gems than you were able to produce them at. So you didn't really actually have that first to market advantage. So yeah, the TLDR is that the amount of moxie they choose to put on this profession gear is going to make a big difference to how you will probably approach leveling your professions. Isn't it going to be like 150 moxie for blue and 300 for epic? We don't know. It was 300 artisan security for the rare ones in the War Within, so we kind of have to assume that that's the baseline. But any guess is literally a guess. We don't know, because they haven't added it yet. I'm sure they're also doing the maths, or at least I hope somebody at Blizzard is also doing the maths. Yeah, once again, I'm also not really a fan of suggesting people unlock recipes via their spec trees just to level up a profession, simply because that can actually slightly block the chosen path of that character. So, Bob the intern is on it, don't worry. Yeah. That's where it gets risky, isn't it? But yeah, it does weirdly look like you might just bang out. If you could, probably, because there may not be much rush to get this to 100 until you can get this in order. Let's say it takes a couple of weeks to get your profession tools in order because of the amount of moxie needed on them. Then you've got a couple of weeks to level this. Which means if you can push it to like 80, 90, you can do the final 10 just with concentration. Just banging out some, Vansis runes or some, bang out some Vansis runes or something. There might not be that much of a rush to get it to 100 like in one blast. Even though that's always what people want to know. But doing this still took a flipping disgusting amount of, absolute disgusting amount of herbs. We went through a full 1,000 Tranquility Bloom and 250 of each of the others. We didn't use hardly any Azroot, by the way. We only used 40 Azroot because you don't mill this stuff. We're going to have to hope that alchemy uses a lot of this stuff. Otherwise, it's got nowhere to go, really. Although maybe in theory it will end up being hoovered up by people. Probably, I would suspect people probably coming along and concentrating to make codified Azeroots, maybe. But there is a concern here that there are so few actual materials that go into this, it's kind of hard to determine just how valuable concentration will be outside of maybe the first 2 weeks of the expansion. Right, it's time to poke around and play with some of the spec trees then to see if these actually work and do what they claim to do. What we should probably look at is getting a bit of a baseline idea. The milling with 0 skill milling. 0 skill milling is an average of 17 pigments per 10 herbs. That's roughly what we're getting out at like 0 build. But of course, where milling is concerned, not only does having more skill in it probably help, but also simultaneously stacking your stats is literally the biggest difference. So you get to use less herbs. Stacking resourcefulness is kind of critical. So this is where you'd start putting points in here. Gaining 1 multicraft, 1 ingenuity, and 1 resourcefulness per point in this spec. So at 10 points, we should have 15 multicraft, 15 ingenuity, and 15 resourcefulness, right? Where's the give me 1,000 points book? So because there's no buff we're chasing, 10 points in ingenuity. Is that what we said? 1 point per point. So 10 ingenuity, yeah. These numbers have gone up a little bit, yeah. Then we get to spec into probably resourcefulness. Gaining 3 resourcefulness per point in this spec. Resourcefulness also refunds 5% more resource when crafting midnight inscription recipes. Ah, once again, time for the same feedback. Whoa, 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 whoa. Inscription, keen eye, node. There is no way in game to track what your resource percentage is. So gaining plus percentage from node means what? I know what it means. Smart Goblins knows what it means. But that only comes from 2 expansions worth of testing what resourcefulness actually does. Which is, it gives a baseline 30% refund, that's an average. So in theory, that's 35%, 40%, 50%, 75% average refund via resourcefulness. Holy, that is bonkers crazy amount of resourcefulness. This is also the question though. Is it additive or is it multiplicative? Refunds 5% more. You would assume that it stacks. It's multiplicative. So actually, 5, 10, 20, 45. It's 45% on top of 30%. So it's actually caps out at like 43%, right? It's more, by the time you've actually put all of the points in here, it's more like resourcefulness gives you a 45% refund. 30 multiply, yeah, whatever the maths is on that. Yeah, 43.5% is what resourcefulness then will actually give you back as part of a... For the spreadsheet goblins out there, you know, who are trying to work out what resourcefulness does. Full build inscription resourcefulness isn't going to be 30, it's going to be 43.5%. But fucking good luck testing that. Like, I mean, I guess you kind of can, but it's kind of wild. And the way you test that is you then take 1,000 herbs and you mill them and you see how many herbs you've got left at the end. What does the node do other than that? It gives you 3, it's meant to give you 3 resourcefulness per point, so it should give you 60 resourcefulness by the time you put... Okay, it should give you 60 from the points in here, plus another 10, so 70. It should give you 70 resourcefulness when you put all the points in there. What is our resourcefulness? Our resourcefulness is at 40, so it should go up to 110. If it works, it should give us 110. 110. The node works. This is 100% the War Within tree. I mean, yeah, they've the only thing that they're doing differently this time round is shenanigans like this. They're giving you the ability to adjust the base rates of what multi-craft and resourcefulness does. Which one was it? Was it jewel crafting? Who was it? Leatherworking? Flipping hell, I can't remember now. One of the professions we've looked at recently actually gave you a significant bump to your multi-craft as well, in the same sort of way. Does this actually do that as well? Oh, this does exactly the same, look. Multi-craft grants 25% additional goods when crafting. So it's increasing the yield of multi-craft, not the chance of multi-craft happening. You could kind of do the same thing in the War Within, but it was kind of done via finishing reagents. There was some finishing reagents, I can't remember what they were, that increased the yield and not the chance. But my feedback is that there's nothing in the game that tells people what the baseline numbers for these stats are. Ingenuity is good. The tooltip on Ingenuity, I can give Blizzard a thumbs up on, because it actually tells you what it does. It tells you refunding 50% of the concentration spent, and you can spend points in your spec tree that increases that 50% number. It's not true with multicraft and resourcefulness. The only thing it tells you is what is the chance of something happening. It tells you that there is a 13% chance that resourcefulness happens, but there's no way for you to track what resourcefulness does. And same with multicraft. You have a percentage chance for multicraft to happen, but what is multicraft doing? I think they need to tell people, like what they do with Ingenuity, what is actually happening when these things proc. Otherwise, kind of not fair, is it really? This is why those that have access to clever spreadsheets and the likes arguably know things that the general player base has almost no chance of knowing. What does Ingenuity do? Gain 10 Ingenuity when crafting inscription recipes, and Ingenuity refunds an additional 25% of concentration. But this is also where the rules aren't equal, because the refund rate here, this is now additive. This adds on. This says you've got a 50% refund. This isn't a 25% of your 50%, so another 12.5%. No. This just adds 25% on top. So this is that. So the rules for this are multiplicative, but then the rules for this are additive. This is why fucking nobody knows how the professions work. This is why most general players that come along and try and poke around in the professions have no idea what's going on. Because even when there are certain rules in place, even if you figure them out, they're not universal. Well, 3 points of multicraft per point, plus another 10. So it's the same again. It should be 70 points of multicraft on a full node. Multicraft is at 40. That should also go to 110% then. If it works. 110, yeah. Now, like I said, it's impossible to track if the plus 25, the plus 25, the plus 25, and the plus 25 actually works. But in simple terms, that should double the potential yield of your multicraft. An extra 100%. Or a doubling. Or in reality, it probably just moves the banding across by 1 number. Is actually how I imagine it will work. Makes my head spin. I've been dealing with professions for years now. Yeah. I would have very, very, very much imagined that if they were trying to simplify professions, they would have simplified this. I don't mind it. I like this. I'm happy to figure all of this shit out. But like I said, I'm more the odd one out in that scenario. I'll break the systems down. I'll figure out exactly how all of this works. Yeah, it's, you know, borderline impossible for any random player to come along and play with the professions and get even close to good understanding of how all of this works, really. Where is the simplifying, by the way? It looks the same to me. Well, one thing to point out is that they have never actually really said that they are going to simplify stuff particularly. There was that mini interview. I mean, Ian has come out a couple of times and said that things should be a little bit more straightforward, but all they've actually done with that is made 2 quality, you know, the only actual things they've changed is they have taken 1 rank of materials away. Removing quality 2 is basically all they have actually done. But there's, weirdly, in doing that, they've created a bunch more things to consider that weren't there before. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Like I mentioned, that the spec trees now are all very, it's all or nothing. If you want to get good at milling, you have to put 90 points in this path here to get tippity top at milling. But the first 89 points don't do anything. The first 89 points don't make a blind bit of difference to you. It's only the 90th point that has any impact on what you're able to produce. It's the 90th point that will unlock your ability to guarantee high quality pigments from high quality herbs. Up until that point, you've got absolutely no purpose. You could spend 89 points in here. I mean, I tell you, in a minute, I'll show you exactly what I mean. But you could spend 89 points in here, and you'd still just mill quality 1 herbs, and you'd still get quality 1 pigments. It's all or nothing. There's at least having 3 ranks of materials meant that there was some sort of stepping stones to success, right? Profession change single-handedly took the wind out of my sails for goal making. Welcome in, Saranuva, by the way. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel the same. A lot of people really feel the same. This is why we saw a big mass exodus of people moving to Classic. A couple of relatively prominent creators, you know, basically almost full-time jumped ship to Classic. They might have dabbled, but for the most part, you know, there was a lot of people that are just like, not for me. Let's keep going though. Does this ingenuity do what it says it does? Improve your ingenuity when crafting midnight recipes, gaining 3 ingenuity per point in the spec. Gain 10 ingenuity when crafting inscription recipes and a 25% additional refund. So what's our ingenuity right now? It's only 10. So it should we should unlock the node and it should give us 20 ingenuity. And it should also push our refund up to 75%. That it does. 20 ingenuity and now 75% refund. Big. Regarding the blue and epic tools, easy. Make 6 scribes, 3 with blue tools and 3 with epic tools. Oh yeah, 6 scribes. Easy. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I mean, that's what people will do. But it is kind of crazy. I guess you'll hear my response in 8 minutes. So if people begin to only mill high quality herbs, then what will be the use for the rank 1 herbs? Useless? No, because there will still be a market for rank 1 stuff. You got to remember, because of concentration, right? There'll still be a market for rank 1 stuff, much like people buy up just disgusting amounts of rank 2 materials in retail today. Look how much rank 2 dust sells. Rank 2 dust sells because all of the inscription concentration alts are buying the rank 2 dust all day long. Instead of buying rank 2, they'll just be buying the normal materials. It'll be all the and the reality is exactly the same as the War Within. There will actually probably still continue to be a higher demand long term for the normal materials than there will be the high value materials, because so much of what will be produced through the professions will come via concentration, which will all be made using normal quality mats, not high quality mats. A lot of the professions, of course, as prices fluctuate, have such a small percentage of profit. And so if you're new, you're not going to be able to min-max to find those profits. But that's why concentration exists, and it's why I think concentration is such a clever system, because it allows you to turn up with no skill, no expertise, no knowledge, and all you need is a recipe. All you need is a recipe now. Sure, you're limited to how much you can craft, but the point is you still can. So, you can still turn up and what's that? You need a... What's that? You need a high quality codified Azerite for some reason. Sure. There you go. Boom. Job done. You don't have to do anything, right? Anybody brand new to the professions can come along and produce, admittedly, a small quantity, but anybody can produce high quality stuff basically instantly. So it creates a nice scenario where those that care about the professions can figure all of this shit out and push their professions to the limit. They then get the luxury of, first to market prices and high premiums on their crafted goods and whatever. But General Joe that just tinkers with the professions doesn't need to bother with any of this, really. If somebody needs a missive to craft a piece of gear, their scribe, their scribe that's got basically 10 minutes of playtime can come along. As long as they've got the recipe, press one button, bang. As long as that player doesn't need 5 missives for whatever reason, they're self-sufficient without any effort whatsoever. Part of the reason why profit margins are like single digit at best is because you can guarantee everything at max quality eventually. And it means if it's possible for you to do, it's possible for everybody else to do. And then we have the same scenario we've seen for 20 years in this game, that the supply of crafted stuff will always outstrip demand. There will always be more people that are willing to craft something to try and make that gold than people that actually need it. Resulting in prices just getting pushed down as more and more people compete to get the sale. There are things you can do to sort of, bend the rules in your favor, such as, walling on the auction house and, resetting markets on reset day and this sort of shenanigans, but you have to go quite far into the realms of Sweaty Goblin to extract a profit on most things. This is why I wouldn't have been too bothered if there were some crafts that you couldn't guarantee. Because if you can't guarantee it, nobody else can guarantee it. And if nobody can guarantee it, that means the only high quality stuff that exists is drip fed via concentration. It's a limitation on how much anybody can produce, which provides there some chance that that limit in supply might be met by the demand for it to help keep the prices profitable for a bit longer. It wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world if you couldn't guarantee things at top quality. which is why I wouldn't mind either scenario. And I'd actually quite like a few things to not be guaranteeable at top quality without concentration for that exact reason. That it would at least give a couple of crafted items. And Blizzard could be clever about this. They could cherry pick items that they know are going to be popular items. And you could then basically say, right, okay, well, tailors, you can always craft this and this and you'll always get a profit, but you'll only be able to make a couple of them because you have to craft them with concentration. Leatherworking, this recipe and this recipe, you'll always be able to make some gold on. That will be your bread and butter. And everything else you have to just be clever to try and make gold with. It wouldn't actually be the end of the world if a couple of recipes in each profession couldn't be guaranteed. There is lots of counter arguments to that though, such as if it can't be guaranteed by anybody, then it kind of opens the door for like real disgusting auction house shenanigans, such as somebody being able to buy out an entire market and reset the price to a much higher price. And then in theory, because there's that limitation to how many of those items can be crafted, if somebody resets a market, there ain't fuck all anybody can do about it. Which is kind of why Blizzard does make everything guaranteed. So at least there is sort of a ceiling price on every item. But it does make it difficult to make gold from a lot of it. What did I say? We had 10 ingenuity. We got 20 ingenuity now, and we do have the right percentage. Gain 10 ingenuity when crafting inscription recipes, and ingenuity refunds an additional 25%. So that would give us 100% Wait. Those numbers don't... That math ain't mathin'. That math ain't mathin'. You already start with a 50%. If this is additive, you can't add 100... You're going to refund 150% of the concentration used? That math ain't mathin'. Something's got to break there. Right, let's put 5 points in it. 5 points should give us an extra 10 ingenuity from this node, but 15 points from the 5 points that we spent. So that should be an extra 25 ingenuity on top of the 20 we have. So that should put the ingenuity to 45, but the plus 25% should actually then put the refund at 100%. Refund at 100% and ingenuity at 45. Okay. That's a scenario where... This is where the percentage should be multiplicative and not additive. To have 4 nodes that add up to 100%, it should be multiplicative, not additive. Because if you start with 50... and you double it, you get to 100. Okay, well, you could in theory spend only 5 points then to get a full 100% refund. But you probably want if you are using concentration, you probably want to push your ingenuity further anyway. Meaning you do probably still want to put the final 15 points in, because you're gaining 15... times 3, 45 additional ingenuity, plus another 15, so that's 60, plus another 10, so that's 70, 85 additional ingenuity on top of what we got right now. What's 45 at 85? 130? Yeah. So... description. Added Blair node. The percentage refund should be multiplicative, not additive. Otherwise, you can gain 100% refund by only unlocking the 5-point node. Fucking hope somebody at Blizzard actually understands my understands my bug reports. I mean, it's minor things, but at the end of the day, if a tooltip says it should do something, it should do it. Either they need to change what the tooltip says, or they need to go behind the scenes and change what the button does. Kind of shocked that augment runes are still worth 800 gold on the EU. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of surprising that the 100k 100k perma rune didn't really make that much of a difference to the market. Just send them over the VOD. Yeah. I'm documenting all of the bugs I find in these so I can actually just in one go give, you know, here you go Blizzard, here's a list of all the shit that's broken with your professions right now. Some of the materials will also go for housing, and we've never had that. We've had gear and consumables and do all the PvP content all the time, and wow, now we have MOG for houses. I mean, yeah, there will be a additional pull on materials and crafts and stuff like that, for sure, from housing. Decor's going to be a really interesting one to, like, watch over the expansion. I was lurking in Kachak's stream when he was actually live a little bit yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? I'm not sure. And he was sort of quizzing who in their right mind is going to unlock these decor recipes and spend Moxie on it. But I'm convinced it's going to be an absolute gangbuster of a market. And I think it will act in the, for me, it will act, you know, crafting decor will act in the same way as like a crafted toy or something does. In that I will just make sure I always have one crafted and always have it posted on the auction house at a price that I'm willing to sell it for. And then I just recraft the ones that sell. Fake news, Kachak is never live. Yeah, his AFK streams are, it's an interesting choice. Darkmoon deck tree gone? No, far from. There is an entire Darkmoon deck tree. Far from. Did you ever find a good green disenchant candidate for dust? Not really. Not really. I found one that I can use for the purpose of testing enchanting and disenchanting rates and stuff on the beta, but I haven't found one that looks like a good candidate for actually when the game goes live. But it's hard to it's hard to decide because we don't know exactly what everything's going to cost. We're having to guess to what, you know, we're having to use educated guesses to sort of assume roughly what things might cost. Okay, so this tree is kind of mostly working, other than the added flare one not exactly doing what it should do. Other than that, it does its thing. Now's kind of a good opportunity to show that you can put 89 points into milling and it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever to your success at milling. Because gaining skill when doing it doesn't appear to really help. weird as that sounds. Let's just check that the nodes actually do what they say they do, though. So, improve the quality of inscription reagents, getting 1 skill per point in it. So we have 95 skill. Hang on, I need a stack of Tranquility Bloom from somewhere. One of these had Tranquility Bloom in it. So 297 is our skill here. So we gain 5 skill. 5 extra skill when milling or crafting reagents. Plus the 5, so we should go up by 10. So we should go up to 307. We do. Good. That means that works. 5 more skill. Plus the 5, 317. 317, yes. Plus 317, 327, plus another 5, 333. 332, sorry. My maths was wrong. But yeah, that's adding up right. But my point with this is, as you can see, we're adding points into getting better at milling, but it's not actually going to it's not actually going to affect anything, right? It's not actually going to affect anything. It's not going to, because until we can reach this number, we could be at 504 recipe difficulty. Everything we have to do to get to 504 recipe difficulty doesn't make a damn bit of change. Doesn't make a single hoot of difference. But the game completely changes when we hit 505. And without that second quality, it's all or nothing, and it feels icky. It's going to, especially if there were going to be, you're either full build or you're nothing. The fact that those are the two extremes, there's nothing in the middle. On certain crafts and certain items that have very high knowledge point requirements to get full build in, the journey is going to feel really gross because you're going to be spending time, you're going to be spending gold, and you're going to be getting absolutely flipping nothing out of it. Absolutely nothing out of it at all. It actually takes away from a lot of players the reason to maybe try, because you gain absolutely nothing until you cross the finish line. That's another 15 on top of that. Yeah. Be 47. Another 30 points. The 377. 377. And then finally, what the hell? Okay. Who knows what that's meant to do? Who knows what that's meant to do? Improve your ability to mill herbs, craft inks, craft ciphers, gaining 1 skill per point in the spec. Gain 5 skill when milling herbs, crafting inks, and crafting ciphers. Also learn a sub-spec straight away. So we're at 382. If you unlock that node, it should go up to 387. And then you can start putting skill points into it. Also unlock a node straight away. Gain 5 skill when crafting ciphers. Hey? Gain 5 skill when crafting ciphers and learn to use finishing reagents to further improve your milling. In the milling tree. Well, that's not right, is it? That's not right. Why would it be giving you plus skill to ciphers in the perfect milling tree? Looks like a copy-paste error. Yeah, let's see what it actually does, though. Let's see what we actually gained 5 skill on. So we're at 387 skill on milling. And ciphers, we're at 185. What actually gets plus 5? 185. Oh, okay. Ciphers didn't gain anything. 392. Milling did. Okay. It actually... Okay, that's a typo. That's a typo. Perfect. Milling. The... Okay, so that's just a typo. That's fine. 5 skill. Another 10 skill to milling. What are we at? 392, so that should put us at 402. Yeah. 402. 412. 427. 427. 427, 437 plus the 5. Okay, that feels like it jumped up. No, that is right. That's my maths being stupid. Plus 30 skill here. From 472. Yeah. 472. Gain 2% crafting speed for 30 seconds when milling herbs, stacking up to 5 times. We should get 5 skill all the same, so 477. 477. Then we get the 2% crafting speed for 30 seconds when milling herbs, stacking up to 15 times. Does it work? Does it work? No. No! So the buff does not work. Oh, shit. What's the node? Perfect milling. %2 speed buff. Stacking up to 15 times, so that should give you a 30% speed buff. What was this node called? Perfect milling. Okay. It should pay you for submitting bugs. It's like leaving review notes. I mean, I wish. I wish. But we've now spent 60 knowledge points 60 knowledge points on getting better at milling. And it hasn't changed our milling in any way, shape, or form. Not in the slightest. It's not made a blind bit of difference. The only advantage we've had to our milling so far is actually from over here, which was gaining the resourcefulness. I think that when you are putting points in this, there should be nodes that do more than just give you skill. There should be points that give you resourcefulness. Otherwise, your first 89 points do absolutely nothing. Now, the reality is it's probably already a little bit too late for them to start doing things like this. But what are you gonna do? Milling requires at least 90 knowledge points before you can mill high quality pigments without conch. Or how do we phrase this? How do I phrase this? You gain 0. You gain nothing from spending the first 89. Maybe adding some nodes with res instead of skill will improve the fields. Yeah, I don't know how better to describe that other than it just feels bad that you gain absolutely nothing from spending 89 knowledge points. And you could actually, in theory, you could fully max out this tree and gain nothing from it, right? Absolutely nothing, because if you're missing 1 point up here or you haven't got your full set of tools up here, you're still fucked, right? You're still gaining absolutely nothing from from speccing into. I have fully specced into milling, and it has made no difference. Yeah, you're not getting any secondary stats from this entire journey. Every single node is just plus skill, plus skill, plus skill, plus skill. And the point is until you hit the finish line, the skill doesn't matter. It's just a product of removing the Q2 threshold. The nodes didn't really get adjusted for it. Yeah. Which is the feedback. Milling is an all or nothing spec. Okay. Does this node actually do what it says it should do? Interestingly though, we're already within reach. We're already very much within reach of the recipe difficulty here. If we did have these on the go up here, or we had finished this, if we had the 100 plus 40 build already up here, we'd already be able to use... We'd already be able to mill quality 2 herbs into quality 2 pigments without the additional 30 points in here. So it's actually as little as 60 points. It's actually as little as 60 points to get going. Which I wonder if the same amount of skill is gained from this node as from this node. Does it weirdly mean that if you had 100 plus 40 build up here, if you had 100 plus 40 up here, you might not need to put a single point in perfect milling to be perfect at milling. You're only going to then do it in order to get that crafting speed bonus when milling. This basically makes the entire node a 30-point node to get a 30% crafting speed buff. Because all of this skill gained doesn't really matter. Because there's no way to... It's not like you can choose to use some quality 2 and some quality 3. You can't split with milling. You have to, if you're milling quality 3 herbs, you have to mill quality 3 herbs. So yeah, this entire final node could actually be completely pointless, other than this crafting speed buff. Which means you'd be better off not putting points in it at all, really, and just using a Dragonflight speed potion. And putting the 30 points in inks instead. Are we going to find that the same shit happens with inks? Are we going to find that we can reach tippity top of the tree with inks sooner than we should? What's the finishing reagent you learn to use for milling from that tree? Yeah, it's about that level of stupid, isn't it? There's no way we're still going to be using the Dragonflight speed potion. Surely they nerf it. Well, it worked for the entirety of the War Within, so I wouldn't hold your breath. Let me go grab a drink quickly, though. Yeah, that speed potion worked all the way through the War Within, and Blizzard were even quizzed about it and even came back and said, yeah, it's just fine, just use it. Like, they weren't bothered. Without the Weaver buff, you still need that 30% to reach cap if you really want to go fast. See, the thing is, right, is that for players that have more than a single account, they don't care about crafting speed. I for the most part, couldn't care less about crafting. I never kept up my Weaver buff for half the expansion, simply because it was my second account in the background that was doing all my thaumaturgy anyway. As long as it just does it, like, it doesn't matter. I'd already saved the time it took to do it by offloading it to a second account. And it's the same scenario with this, really. That if you are, if you play on one account and you're standing there and you're waiting for something to happen on your one account, not being able to do anything else, having that thing happen faster is a big advantage to you. But if you can offload this to a second account, like many goblins do, it doesn't really matter how long it takes. That actually means then that there's plenty of room. If there's plenty of headroom with the current recipe difficulty of milling, if there's plenty of headroom, they could very easily come in and change some of these plus skill nodes to be plus resourcefulness nodes, couldn't they? They could change this entire thing to be like gain more resourcefulness whilst milling. Because they actually, if we've determined that the plus skill from here is not really that necessary, it becomes an easy fix to just change some of these to resourcefulness. Which would probably actually, one, make the filling the tree feel like you're gaining something. It would make you feel like you are actually becoming perfect at milling. You're getting better at it. You're saving herbs more frequently. You don't need all of those nodes to be plus skill because you're going to be able to far overshoot the recipe difficulty anyway. And it's not like you can choose to use half low quality, half high quality herbs. Okay. That's actually quite an easy fix for Blizz if they want to do it. I know I've kind of already given this feedback in the bug report, but doing it twice can't hurt. There's plenty of headroom with the recipe difficulty to add some res nodes. Currently, the final node of perfect milling isn't actually needed to reach 505. Was it 505? You'd only need points here for the speed buff, which doesn't work. Whoops. Sure, okay. We need... How many points do we need in here before we start gaining sub-specs? 15 points. 5 skill when milling herbs, crafting inks, and crafting ciphers. Milling herbs, 447. 477, sorry. That should be plus 10 points. 487. Plus another 10 points. 497. That will give us plus 15. So it should actually now push us into being able to guarantee high quality pigments. Did anybody tell Manthe that the bug report is bugged and pressing submit just closes the window? Yeah. This is why on this screen over here I'm also documenting it so I can give it to Blizzard in one block and go, oi, this is what's broken. I don't see the toggle for use high quality mats only. Is it removed? No, it's just I'm doing milling. It's not in this window. It's in the others. It's in all of the others. Okay, so now we're at 512 skill with milling, and we've still got 15 points we can put in here. But how is it making like ink crafting looking then? We're at 220. Does this now? Let's do a little quick test on this. Does this now? Oh, hello. Is it working now? No. Some random ass dude giving me a buff. Now we can get some high quality pigments. The yield doesn't seem to have particularly changed much at all. And I can't be the only one that thinks it looks like it's got worse. I think we were averaging about 17. Oh god, now I really wish I actually took some proper maths of this. It looks like we've actually got worse. It looks like when we're now taking quality 2 herbs and guaranteeing quality 2 pigments, that we're actually getting less pigments than we were getting before. Okay. That needs a little bit more testing. That's odd as all hell if that's the case. I know milling's a bit broken like that in retail right now, but that was one of those kind of things I would hope that they would have smoothed out. Yeah, less pigments from like when you start guaranteeing like if you're guaranteeing higher quality pigments, you are getting less of them. I'm now getting like 11s and 13s, not the 15s to 17s that I was getting before. Ow, Jesus. That's again going to be one of those where you are... I mean, not that you would mill quality 2 herbs to get quality 1 pigments, but maybe it's less of a thing because you'd actually be mental to break down quality 2 pigments, quality 2 herbs to get quality 1 pigments, but that's all they gave us to test on the beta. In regards to inks, though, are we now... 420 skill. Don't forget we're missing 50 from up here. So we're only 30 away from making top quality inks. And we haven't even put a single point in the ink node yet. Are we going to have the same issue with making inks then? That it's way overstacked with plus skill and should probably be like, here, have some multicraft, have some resourcefulness, have something interesting. What are we at? 420? That should be 435. Yeah. That should be 440, 450, 465. 465. And thinking if we now had the 50 points up here, we're already guaranteeing high quality inks with high quality pigments, and I've got so much headroom to start using lower quality pigments, so much room to move. We'd already be able to start swapping out. I don't know what the numbers would be, but let's assume these are the more pricey herbs. Yeah, you're already... We've still got 5 points to go in here, and we've got a full 30 points still to go in here. We're already able to substitute herbs while still guaranteeing, assuming we're full build. Seems jewel crafting was way overtuned. The rest of the professions can reach guarantees. Yeah, it's not that it's overtuned, it's that half of the Spectre nodes don't work. Half of them are not given the knowledge point, the plus skill that they claim they should, which has a knock-on effect to everything else. Jewel crafting just needs a bit of love. Okay, well, let's at least quantify that it's all working. Plus 25 skill, plus 5, so that's another 30 skill on top. And now we're absolutely miles over, with 45 skill points over. and we haven't even put a point in perfect inks yet. So yeah, once again, all of these plus skill nodes on inks could very easily be replaced with multicraft or with resourcefulness nodes instead, because otherwise you don't actually need points. You need 30 points, because at the moment you can put 30 points in here and 30 points in here, and you don't need to put any points in here. Like these 90 points at the end here, you don't need to put points in right now. 60 is enough to be good at all of this. 60 is enough to be able to mass produce if you really wanted to. Now, of course, you still are, but it's going to mean that when you are making inks and when you are, well, not for milling, actually, these points are totally unnecessary. Doesn't make a difference. But when you're doing inks, for example, you know, the more points you do put in this, the more pigments you can supplement with quality 1 pigments instead of high quality pigments. Ciphers. Do we have the same issue along with ciphers again? Does inscription just needs a bit of balance, doesn't it? Needs balancing a little bit, it feels. Because let me, for example, where's the brain item? Where's the brain item? Gives me all the recipes.
Have a good one.
That on you? Give me the brain. Quicker to use the brain than try and actually craft to the last 10 points. So we're able to guarantee top quality inks without actually putting a single point into inks right now. And what I'd point out more so than anything else, which is why I think this is somewhat problematic, is because this ends up putting it in the same situation as leatherworking did in the War Within, where if you can start making high quality, if you can, this has got basically the leatherworking issue, that there'll be no gold to be made, that there'll be no, because concentration will have no value because people will be using quality 1 stuff to begin with in the first place. It'll be, if it's way easy to make high quality stuff with normal quality materials, there's just no money in it anywhere. Hence why leatherworking had basically no value for concentration, and also there was like 0 margin in nearly all of the intermediates the entire time, because you could make high quality intermediates. When you can make high quality intermediates with normal quality stuff, then everything that those high quality intermediates go into making, so then everything that inks go into making from that point on are basically completely nerfed in value as well, because they're fundamentally made with just normal mats. It has a real knock-on effect throughout the entire profession. This will also mean that Dark Moon card crafting, which we'll get onto in a little bit, will get heavily nuked, because it sounds like, you know, it starts to sound like, oh, you know, you have to use high quality inks to make Dark Moon cards. That sounds like, oh, okay, it's going to make it quite pricey. Not if you can start making the high quality inks using significantly cheaper pigments. Now, it's not going to be as bad. You're not going to be able to use all low quality pigments, but you're probably going to be able to supplement quite a few of them. Let's put 30 points in here and then see how it goes. Because for milling right now, with a full build up here, we are missing 40 points. We're at nearly 640 skill. We're going to be at 640 skill by the time we've got this up here. That is miles ahead. Absolutely miles ahead. $505. Should be 510 plus finishing reagents. Oh, it didn't unlock finishing reagents like it said it should. Perfect Inks is also busted then. So that doesn't work. So that should be another 10 skill. It was up to 520. Yep. 530. Yep. 545. Yep. 560. Yep. 60, 70, 80, 90. 590. 2% crafting speed. 595. 595. Do we get a crafting speed buff? No! That also doesn't work. Okay, but yeah, now that is looking like you'd be able to start supplementing lower quality pigments probably quite aggressively. It's hard to test because I don't have the 50 point. I don't have the 40 points from these yet. I can probably do something to make these, but so you can get away with using. Yeah. This is a problem in its current state. In its current state, it's a problem because you're going to have no need whatsoever. We can go as low as 460 because we'll gain the 40 points back from up here. Look how many of these pigments we can supplement. You can go down to. You can save 6 of your powder pigments, and you can replace all of the Argent Leaf and Mallow Lily pigments and with a full build still be able to guarantee quality 3 inks. That's going to violently reduce the cost of these. Yeah, if you've also got the Nightborn racial, you'll replace even more of them, yeah. Yeah, if you got the +5 racial, you'll be able to go you'll be able to go one more. That's not going to be good for the economy. That's not going to be good for the profitability of anything, really. Because you're also then able to stack up all of this with your profession tools and accessories min-max as well. This will be your floor price for inks, which, as you can see, this is only a tiny bit away from just like concentration level prices, which basically means there'll be like absolutely zero money in inks. Not even pennies in inks by the time people get this set up. And it's not actually a ludicrous build either. These points in ingenuity aren't needed, so it's 20, 40, 50. What do we got? 90, so 140 plus the other 30. Well, actually, you don't need the points for milling, really, if you've got that on another character. 30, 16, it's 140 points. 140 points before you get to this stage here. As quick as it takes a scribe to get to 140 points, the ink market is dead. That's not great. That's not great. Both milling, ink, crafting, and reagents are way too easy. Guarantee this won't crash market for all of inscription as soon as someone hits 140 KP and is full build. That's bad news for inscription, that is, if it stays this way. They need to jack up the recipe difficulty of both milling, of all of it, really. Or the alternative is they need to take some of these plus skill nodes out of here. My suggestion would be to replace some of these plus skill nodes with, like, for milling, replace them with resourcefulness. For inks, replace them with, like, some resourcefulness, some multi-craft. Otherwise, the entire inscription market is dead within 2 weeks. You're going to have such easy access to high quality inks at such a low cost. It'll nuke the value of everything. You'll basically end up in a position where quality 2 inks won't be that much difference in price to quality 1 inks, which instantly kills any concentration value from the entire profession, instantly kills any profitability from the entire profession. Yeah, that's not great. It's not great. What am I missing here? Monsell inks. Maybe the money will come from ciphers and codifieds, like in the War Within. Well, no, even those, there won't be any value in those because the core components you need. Look, fucking hell, look at that multi-craft proc. A +9 multi-craft proc, a +7 multi-craft proc. That also goes to show that the Calm Hands multi-craft buff definitely works. A +9 proc on multi-craft. With this stacking up the potency of multi-craft as well. Oh boy, yeah, the inscription will be dead within a week. Because when you consider that your quality 2 inks won't really cost any more than quality 1 inks, there's no... This basically becomes your default. The only money in ciphers is there a difference between dusk shrouded stone, low quality and high quality? And the answer to that is probably not, because it's a byproduct of prospecting in the first place. There's not going to be a huge margin. There's not going to be a huge premium between these two materials because it's a byproduct to begin with. So ciphers also, there's not going to be any money there. The value in the ciphers is going to revolve around you getting your motes as cheap as possible. And if there's no value, particularly in the ciphers, then you can also assume that there's not going to be that much money in the codifieds either. Although that recipe difficulty, by the way, is actually cracked. That's ridiculous. That is looking as if it requires you to actually, yes, definitely put all the points in here as well, isn't it? So this number, as ridiculously high as it looks right now, is probably actually closer to what milling and stuff should be. Milling and ink crafting seems wildly undertuned. Codified Azerut seems to be like the only one that could actually be tuned sort of correctly. Do I have access to Dusk Shrouded Stone at Q2 just for testing?
Hail.
Dusk Shrouded Stone. It'll be in here probably if I can. Oh, maybe not.
Careful.
I have just the thing for you.
I bet I can't get Dusk Shrouded Stone at rank 2 from anywhere, can I? Because I also can't get it from prospecting, because prospecting doesn't work. Oh no, I can.
Keep it real.
So with... yeah, soul ciphers are the only ones that seem to be balanced correctly. Because you'd have another 40 points on here, so that puts us at 605, and I'm going to assume there's 45 points to be had from this node here. Have a little look. Gain 5 skill and the ability to use finishing reagents, so that should put us at 570. It does. Didn't give us the ability to use finishing reagents, though. Perfect ciphers. 0 point node. Doesn't award. Doesn't unlock. Ding. I don't know if Blizzard are going to love or hate me after all of this, but... how did you get level 90? Can't seem to find the level up, or do I really need to level? Well, 3 of the realms you need to level. This is the end game realm though, where the creator characters are 90 by default. Xalatath's end game is the server name for the pre-made 90s. But you can't go into the open world with your pre-made 90s. If you want to actually test what it feels like to play at level 90, yes, you do need to level a character up. E.g., you know, do world quests and that sort of stuff. Plus 5 skill, plus the 5 from it should be another 10, so that should put us at 580. Yep, that works. 590. Yep. 605. Yep. 620. Yep. And already, actually, at 620, with our 40 points up here, we're already guaranteeing ciphers. at top quality. And we've still got room to go. So even Cyphers is undertuned by the looks of things. Oh yeah, I kind of knew Cyphers were undertuned. The question is whether these end up being undertuned. Plus 25, that's plus another 30 skill. Holy. That's going to put us at 650. That's going to put us at 650 with no gear. 650 with no gear, so that's 40 points ahead of where it needs to be. And then another 5, and then some crafting speed. Which I am going to hazard a guess also doesn't work. Should we see? Do we get a crafting speed buff on Cyphers? No! That multicraft though, you see that one? Plus 8 multicraft. Woof! Yeah, Inscription's dead within 2 weeks if this goes live. Codified Azeroots are... Codified Azeroot is the only one that's actually balanced. It's the only one that's absolutely on the money. That if we had the 40 points from up here, we'd land exactly on 875 guaranteed. So Azeroots is balanced, but Cyphers, Inks, and Milling all feel wildly undertuned. So they're going to need to reevaluate. Maybe not the recipe difficulty, but maybe change some of these nodes to be not plus skill. Because at the moment, them being plus skill is causing 2 issues. 1, it means you basically don't need it to start guaranteeing, but 2, it will mean you start supplementing so many pigments when making inks, the entire market dies. Cyphers are fine though. Cyphers work. Lots of bugs so far. Let's see if there's a similar issue with missives, contracts, and Vantas runes, shall we? Considering all of these are giving plus skill all over the shop as well. These look... I reckon this entire tree is copy and paste from the word go, isn't it? Which makes me feel that the same problems are going to have been copy pasted here as well. What's the... Although the recipe difficulty of these does seem higher. Parchment. Improve the quality of missives, contracts, Vantas runes. By 5. What are we starting at? We're starting at 4. Well, let's do the Vantas rune. That's a number that feels like it's been, you know, somebody's gone in and tweaked it. Maybe the Vantas rune they've looked at. 386 plus 5. 391. What nodes is the codified Azeroth skill affected by? This one. Perfect Ciphers. And the 2 prior to it. The 90 points in here. Uh, 391. Yeah, we need a good 60 points before we're guaranteeing We're not getting 60 points from this directly, are we? Please don't tell me we get 60. We're going to get 30 points at least. 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 85, 100. Okay, okay. We've got the same problem over this side of the tree as well. They either need to come in and change a lot of these nodes, or they need to rebalance the stats, the recipe difficulties, because at this rate, Inscription's not going to make anybody a penny. What was our Vansis rune at? 391. That should be 401. Yeah. 411. Plus 15. Plus another 15. Yeah. Plus 30. What was it? 441? What, 471? And then another 30. So yeah, without even putting a single point in the Vansis runes, you can mass craft them. The nodes do what the nodes say they should do, so in that regard, the nodes aren't bugged. But the balancing of it all feels very off. Wasn't there meant to be some sort of Darkshire Halloween mystery game mode thing that got teased earlier in the year? There was, yeah. There was. God knows what happened to that. I reckon it got axed or delayed until next year or something. Crunch for housing probably put that on hold. Are your calm hands fully filled? Yes. Yes. Is it true to say for... Okay, missives look as if they've been... Missives look as if they've been rebalanced. Looks like missives have had their recipe difficulty jacked up to take into consideration this scenario, but the Vansis rune hasn't. Vansis rune is still way undercooked. The recipe... but let's see if the node actually does what it says it should do. Gain +1 skill and 5 skill when crafting it and use finishing reagents. Odds on the finishing reagents not working. Yep. That doesn't work. From previous betas, in your experience, do they fix stuff while still in beta, or do we need to wait for live to see if they did it? The thing to note about beta is, even if you report an error or a bug, the next build that comes out, or the build after that even, might not come. In essence, internally, it always feels like Blizzard are like 2 or 3 builds ahead of whatever we get to see in test, which is a blessing and a curse, because it means a lot of the stuff that we find as bugs, they've probably already fixed. They probably already have realized it doesn't work and have probably already fixed it. So in a couple of builds' time, it'll just magically be fixed. But the other problem is that if people report like feedback, you know, in terms of like this doesn't feel right or this feels wrong, then unfortunately often they're too far ahead internally to they're too far ahead internally to be able to make those changes, and so they kind of just have to ignore it. And then there is the worst case scenario where stuff just doesn't hit their priority list and it goes live broken. This is why getting on this nice and early and getting a bit of a list of shit that's broken means that in the upcoming builds that we get up until the launch of the expansion, we can start to like cross things off that have been fixed so that we know in a bit more detail what was broken, what's been fixed, and what will still be broken once the expansion goes live. We listened to your feedback, but you were just playing it wrong. Yeah, exactly, yeah. What do you mean you don't want everything within Inscription to be basically free by week 2? What do you mean? What is our Vantus Rune skill right now? 506? Already wildly higher than it needs to be. That's going to put it to 516 if the node works, yes. Oh, we should report the fact that it doesn't flip and do its thing, shouldn't we? I mean, whoever is going to see my bug reports is going to cry, but they should do their job. Vantus Runes. 0 point skill doesn't unlock. What are they called? Finishing reagents. Common theme going on here. Common theme. What skill are we on? 516. Should be 526. 526. Plus another 30, 556. Plus another 30, 586. Plus another, plus another 5. 590 something. 591. Realistically, the Vantus Rune should probably be 630. Probably be 630 recipe difficulty. I'll just do their job for them at this point. So that's Vantus Runes. Let's look at the missives. All missives right now. Yeah, see, missives look like they're maybe done correctly. They've got much higher recipe difficulty of 650. They seem to just have the skill requirements from the War Within, so probably isn't fixed yet. I think there's two routes that they could take with the change on this. They either need to up the recipe difficulty on some of these, or what I think would actually be better and more interesting from a gameplay perspective is if they take some of these plus skill nodes out. They'd need to do a bit of both, right? They'd need to lift the recipe difficulty a little bit, but also replace some of these with like plus resourcefulness or something. So at least when you are putting points in here, your crafting cost is getting that little bit cheaper each time you spend points. Or just change the +1 skill per point in this to just +1 resourcefulness or something. Because you don't, like the 30 skill from the 30 nodes, you clearly don't need. You could take that away and replace the node with giving you plus resourcefulness instead. At least that would mean every single knowledge point you spend, your crafting is getting that little bit cheaper. And it feels like you're putting points in and you're getting something out, you know. Missives, though. Let's just pick a missives. 565. It's not going to give me reagents, is it? And it's meant to give me 5. It did give me the 5 points it said it did. But it didn't give me the finishing reagents again. 580. 580. 590. Yep. 10, 20, 30. So what's that? 620? 620. Now you see even here there's headroom, right? There's still way more headroom even with these recipe difficulties because you get 40 points from up here. So you're already guaranteeing top quality missives way earlier than you probably should. So that's another plus 30. That's going to put us at 650. Yeah, so you're 40 points ahead there. And then another 5. Yeah, I mean, Christ, you might even be able to start supplementing. Oh, Jesus. You need 60 points. You only get 40. You can't supplement. You could supplement 1 ink at the cost of a finishing reagent. Depending on what the... But we've also established that the cost of inks is not going to really be that different if everything else stays the same, so... Supplementing inks isn't going to make a big difference there. Okay, so even missives aren't balanced. Contracts, do we have the contracts? 475. Oh, no, yeah. Haha. Same again. I'm getting bored of repeating myself here. 6 times now we've had the same issue here. It's just not balanced, it's all broken. Or 80. Right. Considering it's clearly copy and pasted, I'm not going to waste my time checking each and every one. Yeah, it zugs it to astronomical positions. What's 40 points on top of 565? Probably 6. This should probably have a recipe difficulty of 600, shouldn't it? Okay. We can start looking at Dark Moon. We can start figuring out how Dark Moon does what Dark Moon does. Knowing what we already know about how we do milling, how we make inks, how we make ciphers and all of that, I'm expecting changes in some way, shape or form to how all of this plays out compared to what it does now. But we can at least start figuring out what Dark Moon does and how it does it. Improve your understanding of the particular curiosities surrounding the Dark Moon cards of Midnight. Gain plus skill per point when crafting all the wonders associated with this spec. Gain 5 skill when crafting Dark Moon sigils and dominions, and learn a sub-spec of your choice straight away. Will still not help with the all or nothing result. Either you get max rank or you don't. Yeah, if they like I said, they either need to rebalance the difficulties or they need to look at changing some of the spectre nodes. The thing is that I've come to learn from 2 expansions now that when we get the spectres are pretty much done. Like, they might fix them if they don't do what they say they're going to do, but the spectres kind of act like the foundation of professions, meaning that they build the spectres and then they layer everything on top of it. So every craft they then layer on top of what the spectre is, meaning they're very, very reluctant to go and change what the spectre does because it changes a bunch of things above it. So unfortunately, I do kind of think in scenarios like this, where these are just giving you massive amounts of skill, and it's all really, the journey to get there is all really boring. I don't think they probably will change any of these to like resourcefulness or multicraft. I think they're more inclined to just bump up the recipe difficulties and call it a day. Frustratingly, I tend to believe that they're not looking to do creative, interesting things with professions. They're probably, right, let's just get it working and move on and deal with player housing some more. Gain 5 skill when crafting the sigils or the dominions. These are the sigils. What's our recipe difficulty on these to begin with? 355, 335? $335. Should put it up to 345. Yeah. Nodes work. 345. Okay, that one's broken. Learn to use finishing reagents to improve your crafts. 5 skill. 10 skill. 15 extra skill. Yep. And then another 10 skill. 395. 395 over there. So the nodes work. You can choose to start speccing into Dark Moon Card Rot. Learn to inscribe the Dark Moon Card Rot. And learn a sub-spec straight away. We do get the recipe like it claims we should. And this is where we can start making the Dark Moon cards, right? Convert high quality inks or essence into powerful rot cards. This essence, by the way, this essence is the Joker card in this whole system. These Thalassian essences of the fair, I was able to get these from skinning. We had the soggy Dark Moon cards. Was that Dragonflight or was that the War Within? I can't remember at this point. It was Dragonflight, wasn't it? Yeah, in Dragonflight, we all crafted a bunch of Dark Moon cards at great expense, and then fishing came along and ruined our day. These Thalassian Essence of the Fair could do the same thing. That actually, believe it or not, using inks in order to make the cards might end up being the super expensive way of doing it. Although we've already just determined that at the moment inks are going to end up being really cheap. But the fact that these things can be skinned for and bought on the auction house is kind of like the soggy Dark Moon card. This is your alternative way of getting a Dark Moon card that likely will be the significantly undercut, the significantly cheaper way of doing it than using the inks, which is something to watch out for. But it takes 2 high-quality inks to make a card by the looks of things. Resourcefulness does benefit. So stacking resourcefulness to the hills up here will be of benefit. What does this do? This literally just straight up makes a card of rot. Okay, there's not too much science behind that, other than if there is some weird one card being significantly rarer than the other. We'd have to craft a shitload of them to find that kind of thing out. Can I just buy the inks off one of the vendors here somewhere to test this in a bit more detail? Give me a stack of 1,000 inks. There we go. So what do you actually need to get here? Nothing. Okay. There's no unlock requirement. There's no unlock requirement to start crafting cards. Obviously, you need 20 points in here to unlock the crafting of all of the different types of cards. But you get your first one literally for free. So just by unlocking the tree, you can unlock your first ability to inscribe a card. No unlock requirement. That means even people that don't choose to spec into Dark Moon, they're choosing to do something else, will still also be able to make Dark Moon cards, which is a bit easy, isn't it? A bit easy. From there, you can choose straight away to spec into making the Dark... Oh, wait, hang on. Don't even need to spend a point in here. So not only do you get to make the Dark Moon cards with no knowledge point spend, you also can start making the sigils or even unlock a Dark Moon Dominion endgame recipe craft. Wow, with not even spending a single knowledge point. Let's say we go... Wow, 0 knowledge point spend to unlock this and start crafting it if needs be. Sure. Can I just craft a bunch of these? Okay, there's a full deck. We craft enough so I've got at least 2 of every one. Then combining them is as simple as combining them. What do we get? The Dark Moon deck rot. Ignore the fact that it's item level 28. That's an early beta thing. It's all broken. The reality is it's a bind on equip. A bind on equip. I mean, a bind on equip trinket, which will be disenchantable, which is important to note. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's going to be difficult to figure out if these are going to be pricey, or basically free. These cards, Ace through till 8, do drop in the open world. They're not as frequent as they have been in the War Within. You don't need to be a scribe to find them. It's kind of more like a couple of expansions ago where the actual cards in the wild were really rare. The focus was actually on scribes making them. But if the inks don't end up being that difficult to make at high quality, then that's going to mean that people will be able to start spitting these out really goddamn fast. And the value of your trinket will be the cost of 16 inks. Whatever an ink costs, whatever a high quality ink costs, 16 times that value, and that's the value of your deck. You can't use low quality inks for the cards. True. Yeah, you can use high quality inks, or you can use these Thalassian Essence of the Fair, which I've found them from skinning. And these can be bought and sold on the auction house, meaning if there's a lot of skinning going on, I imagine there'll also be a lot of these going on. So you will do the maths between what's cheaper, basically. But yeah, whatever the cost of 16 inks ends up being, will be whatever will be the cost of your trinket. Now, can we put a rough number to the cost of inks? It's really difficult because it's all broken right now. But that's 15 herbs. That's 15 Tranquility Bloom. That's 7 Tranquility Bloom. So it's 20, 35 pigments. 35 pigments is probably 20-ish herbs. So a sink, but you get 2 of them. So 10 herbs is an ink. Yeah, the cost of 10 herbs is an ink. 16 inks. 160 herbs makes a Dark Moon trinket. Still could make the Dark Moon trinkets. Did I say 160 herbs? 160 herbs-ish. Let's assume the herbs are like 15 gold apiece. You're still looking at trinkets being 2.5k. Basic trinkets. Which will also then be disenchantable. These are very napkin math numbers here. But it's putting your Dark Moon deck trinkets at a price that the whole thing changes, by the way, if they do make significant changes to how the inks and milling is done. But it wouldn't do more than double the price, really, I don't think. I still don't think Dark Moon decks are going to be ludicrously expensive. Because they will actually still probably fall into disenchant fodder here. Which means your crystals will be about, a couple of thousand gold apiece. Which is about where quality 1 crystals probably should. High quality crystals will require a good disenchanter to do it, but the likelihood is that you might get 1 high quality for every 4 low quality, so you can probably go as far as to say that your high quality crystals will be about 10k a piece, when you could be looking at about 2k a piece for the cheaper ones. Cheaper ones will end up selling for less because people will start fishing for the higher ones. Let's say 1500 gold for your crystals. Then 10k for your high quality crystals. Okay. Why do you put skill points into any of this, and why do you care about all of this? So let's see. So if you're trying to make then the sigils, just so people can use these embellishments if they so wish. There's no requirement for a Dark Moon deck to be part of one. Is there... Learn to transcribe Dark Moon deck rot. Skill win crafting sigils and dominions. So what's our skill here? 395. Should be 405. Yeah. 420. 420. And we get the transcribe. The transcribing is where... Okay, that... You take a card from another spec. You take 1 card from another spec and you add one of these Thalassian Essence of the Fairs to it. And you'll turn it into a rock card. So if one deck... It's a way to convert the cheap decks into the expensive decks at the cost of one of these. But if this is the currency of making a card in the first place, why would you? Can we buy these Thalassian Essences of something? Bet they don't exist, do they? Oh, hello. Give me a bunch of those.
Be careful out there.
Okay, it's 2 to make a card. It's 2 to make a card naturally. Or a card from another deck archetype plus 1 will make you a rock card. So it's basically the same thing. It's just a way to recycle cards from presumably cheaper. If it ends up being that one of the trinket types is more expensive than the other. This is probably, maybe, possibly where any of the farmed open world cards will get consumed in making the cards that maybe people actually want. You'll use this as a conversion. How many points do we need in here? Subspecs. Let's just double check the nodes. 10 skill. So that should be 435. Uh, 465. Yep. Then we can unlock the Dark Moon Dominion Rot. So this is where you might get a work order for the big boy trinket, which will be just the bigger, shinier version. This is item level 350. Let's assume this is going to be item level 280 or something. Interestingly, though, the Dark Moon Dominion Rots do not have one of these as a reagent as part of the craft. I would have probably assumed that to make the big boy trinket, you'd need the baby trinket, but maybe Blizzard doesn't agree. That at least would mean that, because the problem you will have is these will go out of date very quickly. These are bind on equipped trinkets that go out of date real quick. If they're not used as a component in these, after season 1, these are basically dead, right? Because these grow season on season depending on what spark you put in them. But if there's no need for the basic deck in there, these will just... I mean, they'll be fresh level 90, buy one for 200 gold off the auction house, but they would, you know, they'll be dead after season 1. They won't grow with the expansion like the rest of top end gear does. Yeah, this needs to... should probably use a trinket as a reagent. Used to be required in the past expansions. Yeah. And now, of course, if you are going this route, you're going to be filling work orders for these, and it basically acts like any other piece of endgame gear. You're going to want to push to get this at top quality. It needs high quality codifieds to make. How many? 10 of the damn things. Jesus, can I just buy those?
Time is money, friend.
About 10 of them.
Hurry
Yeah.
back.
So the question is now, can scribes get close to this recipe difficulty? That achievable? Doesn't look like it. 10 skill, what do you get? You gain 2 skill per point in the spec. So there's 40 points. 40, 50, 65, 70, 80, 105 points. 105 points on top. Well, yeah. What did I say? 105. So it should put us up to 580. Which, when you've got 20 points up here, gives you a little bit of headroom in this as well to put this in here, because that gives you plus 20. So actually, a mythic version of this is 620 recipe difficulty, and the 40 points you get here. Yeah, so this is balanced. This is balanced. That's fine. Which actually makes me think they're probably not going to put a trinket on that. Because if... Although that wouldn't make a difference, actually, because these... Quality of these wouldn't... Yeah, it's probably just... It's probably just weird to code it to need one of... another BOE trinket, which is probably why they haven't. Probably does some weird, wacky things behind the scenes, especially when it comes to, like, recrafting or something. It probably makes the recrafting system go loopy. So they might have just not bothered. Okay, and my suspicion here then is that that path is basically exactly the same whichever direction you go. How are the sigils looking actually? So a bunch of points away, 465, 465. 20 points, 25, 35, 45, 50, 60, 70 points. 70 points on top of 465. It's 535. And then your 40 up here pushes you to max. So see, this is what's weird for me, right? Is that clearly when you look at Inscription, somebody, Blizzard dev-wise, has been in and has tweaked with numbers and has made all of this stuff work. But you would think they would start at the beginning, wouldn't you? You'd think they'd start with the stuff that's kind of important to the profession, which is all of the materials that go into making it. It's somewhat worrying when everything at the top end seems balanced when none of the basic stuff appears to have been balanced. Because all of this works exactly as it should. I guess we can spam points in these now, because the reality is they should just be copy-paste. Now we should have the same options again, but for blood. We can make the blood cards. So we either take 2 of these to make a blood card, or we take 2 inks. It's also, like, the usage of inks, the usage of ink is, like, almost identical. If you need 1 ink, you need the other ink, nearly every time. If there was a misbalance on how many of the inks you would consume, you could then sort of say that your overflow inks would go into making Dark Moon cards or something as a way to funnel out those extra inks, but you're using the same amount. Wherever you use 1 ink, you use the other. So your need for the inks is kind of universal. Meaning, unless alchemy does real weird things to the price of the herbs, both of the inks are going to cost about the same anyway. No multi-craft on crafting cards, though. Bit of multi-craft would have been nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I was kind of... There was part of me that was half excited about the Dark Moon card system maybe making a bit of a return. But I kind of... I'm slightly worried that all the materials that go into making them are going to be too easy to make in the first place. There's also part of me that is worried that these Thalassian Essence of the Fairs will do the same as the Soggy Dark Moon card packs. That these will just quite clearly just make the price just way less. There's no like Joker card that can be crafted. It doesn't appear like one card. Although, to be fair, I haven't had a single ace. Have I just missed it somewhere, or have I not had a single ace? I was about to say it doesn't feel like there's any one card that's any rarer than another, but I've crafted a shitload of these and not had a single ace. That's the kind of mechanic that sort of adds a bit of flavour to it. When one card is significantly rarer than another, or a Joker card has the chance to spawn that can be used as any of them, or, you know. You are the ace. Shut up, you tart. Yeah, flipping how many cards is this I've crafted? Not a single ace. What's going on here? I've had 18 of the threes, but not a single ace. I'm not being dumb, am I? It's not... No. Okay, I think I've just been wildly underblessed with RNG there. When this happens to you on live, this is like break keyboard kind of moments. In theory, now we could transcribe. Can you get to pick? You get to pick specific cards. So I could transcribe some of these threes of bloods, which I've got way more of them than I need. I could transcribe some of those into rock cards. Oh. Would if it worked. It just deletes the card. Okay, that doesn't work. Simply does not work. Deletes the reagent. Does not provide a new card. Also didn't give first time craft bonus. Okay, well the transcribes don't work, but the theory is that you take one of these essences and a card that is a bonus spare and turn it into a deck type that might be more useful to you. Even though it doesn't work. I need to craft more of these until I get an ace. I do not believe that the ace doesn't exist. It's a weird bug if that is the case. I mean, I must have crafted nearly 100 cards here. Do you think it transcribes the same number, or is it randomized? I would assume it's random, yeah. Otherwise you'd be able to check. Oh, there we go. An ace does exist. I would assume it's random, but once again, it's an assumption because it don't work. But at least we know what the sort of the design goal is for it. We can kind of work that one out. And then all of these will be exactly the same. Just for the other deck types. Wonder if any of the transcribes work. Transcribe blood doesn't work. Transcribe hunt doesn't work. Transcribe rot doesn't work. Transcribe void. Okay, yeah, none of them work. None of them work, but you can see what they're trying to do. You can see what they're trying to do. Using half as many of like the card creation material and a spare bonus card in order to like cherry pick a card of that set. I do kind of think that being able to target the deck that you want, it's deterministic, but it does kind of go against the vibes of the old school Dark Moon card crafting, where you just would craft a card and it was a random card from any one of the 4 decks. Being able to say that, because it's clear as day, right? One of these decks will be the popular one, right? What's it going to be here? Does a bunch of nature damage, stacks a bunch of times. There we go. DPS deck. DPS deck. Everybody will want the rot deck. The rot deck will be the one that is in demand. Why would you ever choose to spec into the ones that aren't the rot deck? The whole point used to be of the Dark Moon that there was 4 different deck types and you would craft a bunch of cards knowing that there would be one deck that everybody wanted. You'd make your gold, you know, you'd lose gold probably on any card that you crafted that was the wrong deck, but if you crafted enough cards, you'd make a significant profit on the card on the deck type that was the right deck. Being able to like literally cherry pick, oh, I want to craft rot cards and just craft rot cards, kind of real boring. Because why would anybody craft anything other than the meta card? And you categorically know that none of these are going to sit on BIS lists anyway. They haven't for 2 expansions now. And even if one of them does sit on a BIS list, or one class or one spec or something, then every scribe just floods to that one deck type. And the others just become pointless. You needed that element of randomness when creating the cards to make it interesting. It was the flavor. This is just it's just meh. You'll just transcribe any of the low value. The only slightly interesting thing will be potentially buying up the off meta decks, cards that people don't particularly want if these end up being cheap. If you can buy these for like half the they'd need to be half the price, wouldn't they? Because if it costs 2 of these to make a new card, but you can choose which card to make, half your cost is here. So the off-meta cards, if you can get them for half the price of the meta card, you can buy them and turn them into the meta card deck type. But it's more deterministic, but it's not as fun, is it? I don't think it's as fun. I certainly don't think it's fun enough to put this much time or effort in. What we got here? 20, 40, well, 20, 40, 60, 80. So there's 100. 20, 40, 60, 80, 200, 20, 40, 60. 260 points in here to do all of it. But you'd be kind of crazy to ever really put any points into any of it other than whatever is the meta deck, which is probably, by the looks of things, the rot one, I would guess. I don't know why you'd care about anything other than the DPS one. There just probably isn't going to be enough of a market for the other ones to make it worthwhile. Unless they all sit on BIS lists, which means they need to be absolutely cracked OP trinkets, which I also don't think that these basic low-level BOE ones... Well, they absolutely can't sit on BIS lists, can they? Because they're low item level. And they're not then needed in crafting the big boy ones. Yeah, so, yeah, it doesn't make any sense again. Unless these trinkets become a requirement for making the sigils and making the endgame trinkets, there's actually no point to any of this. Because they're never going to sit on BIS lists. All it does is consume... And it won't even consume inks. Oh dear. Oh, it's really not great, is it? The more you dig into it, the more you realise there's no point in it again. Because when making the cards, I was thinking that, well, is it at least going to be a way to like hoover up some of the bonus inks that are knocking about and stuff? But you can only use high quality inks to do them in the first place. And these Thalassian essences of the fair, if these are common enough because they come from skinning, and there'll be skinning going on all day, every day. What item level are these compared to the rage? Well, they're broken at the moment. Well, the rot ones come out item level 28. This one's come out as 80. But requires level 80. So they're all totally broken right now. It should require level 90 and it should be 225 or something. But these are like the bind on equip, sell them on the auction house ones. It's the Dominion ones, which are the big Spark ones, which are currently showing us item level 350. But these don't in any way, shape or form need any of this. There's no connection between... Or even though they say Dark Moon Dominion, these are not in any way connected to these. Unless they put one of these trinkets as a reagent in here. Even then it requires these trinkets to be on a BIS list. And all of this, like, transcribing from other decks doesn't really matter. Because people can just make the deck type that they want in the first place. It's annoyingly a bit meh again. Bit meh. I had slight hopes for the Dark Moon system, but I think once again it's going to get undercut by the fact that these will be too popular. And these will be cheaper. That these will end up being because this is the only place these are used, right? These will end up being too cheap because they come from just basic gathering. Unless me getting one from skinning was just pure fluke. But the only time I found one of these in the open world was when I was doing skinning. But these will undercut the price of the inks. Maybe they should just take these out. Maybe just get rid of these. If they're purple, they should be LFR kind of levels. Yeah, I mean, Season 1, they'll still sell, because when you ding level 90, it'll be a nice boost trinket. But there won't particularly be much legs to it. And they also don't appear to be very difficult or expensive to craft. And they don't seem to synergize up with the actual potential BIS gear and proper crafted endgame gear. So once again, I'm starting to get this overall feeling with Inscription that it all just needs a little bit more love, a little bit more tender loving care. For starters, half this entire tree doesn't work. Half of this tree doesn't do... Half of it doesn't work. Half of it doesn't work and it gives you way too much skill. But this is kind of broken. This is fine. This is just your stat adding one. Luckily, there's no requirement to go into this tree, like we saw with tailoring. Tailoring puts plus skill at the end of the multicraft node, basically making that node mandatory for anybody trying to max build something. Whereas at least in Inscription, people might not put points in here. And whilst, yes, it will mean that they will be able to guarantee things at top quality very easily, they might not actually have a very competitive price against somebody that's fully stacked multi... Because the multi-craft procs on these are ridiculous. It weirdly makes a right and a wrong way to level. Again. Which is in no way, shape or form obvious. The right way to get good at crafting inks, for example, is to put 60 points here and not put a single point in here. You put 60 points in here, you don't put a single point in here, and instead of the 30 points that you probably would naturally feel you should put in here, you instead put 10 points in here and you put 20 points in here. You put the 30 points here instead. That will still mean you can guarantee top quality inks, but you'll be producing way more of them than somebody else because of the multicraft, and you'll be absolutely dumpstering somebody else on price. You'll be massively able to undercut the person that thinks they were doing it right by just filling out the ink tree. It's kind of a bit of a bait, which is a bit gross. Why it should probably change. What does the blueprint tree do? God, I can only imagine that this tree is exactly the same as this one, isn't it? Improve your ability to carve weapons and professional equipment, gaining 1 skill when you do it. Where's some profession equipment? No, that's decor. Where's the profession equipment? There we go. 362 skill. 372? Yes. 382? Yes. 392? Boring again, isn't it? Yes. Ooh, first bit of flavour, a little bit of ingenuity, and 10 more skill. What ingenuity do we have right now? 130, so we should go up to 145. Yes. Another 30. And 10 more skill. Yep. And then like 417 skill or something. Yeah. Okay. Where's the profession tools one? This one, market research. Improve your ability to craft profession equipment, gaining 1 skill when crafting profession equipment per point. You do learn the Sindori quill on unlocking this one. Straight away. It's going to be nice for scribes themselves. Although there is still the big question mark on these. There's the big question mark on these is that are you going to be right or wrong in crafting the rare ones? It's going to depend on how much moxie these actually end up taking to craft. People won't be crafting trinkets early. Usually you spend sparks on weapons or big item pieces because it's more stats per spark. Well, yeah, and that. Weapons are obviously a clear priority for most people, given the choice. This is why it needs to. This is why they need to. If they're going to be a trinket that's actually crafted in any way, shape, or form, it has to sit on Abyss list. It has to outperform the raid trinket, which is also kind of counteractive to what Blizzard wants to do these days. Which is why the Dark Moon trinkets haven't really been very good for a few expansions now. They would much rather the end boss of the raid drop the good trinket, and they've kind of kept with that mentality for a while now. $391 is our skill. 10 skill, 10 skill, sub-spec, 10 skill, 10 skill, sub-spec. Now, with profession gear, it does start to matter a little bit more your skill. Why are these blinking like crazy? Can you stop blinking at me? Oh my god, why are they all blinking at me? Chew off. Your skill matters on the journey there at some point at least, because until you can guarantee it quality 4, you can't actually use concentration to guarantee it top quality. So you are going to want a little bit of skill en route. You're meant to get 1 skill per point. So this, what we on? 391. 391. So that's 401 plus the 5, 406. 406. What do we need to get to? We need 472 before we can guarantee quality 4 even. We are going to need to put most of the points in here, I think. That's another 15 points. 421. 426. Yeah. Bearing in mind there's the possibility for full build up here, which is another 40. Another 15 points there. That's actually enough technically to get quality 4, assuming you've got good tools in place already. So it's at this point where you'd only 50 points in, could you technically start using concentration to make these at quality 5. Not guaranteeing them at quality 5, but you can at least use your concentration to do them at quality 5. Another 15 skill. 456. Another 5 skill. 461 or something like that. 461. Okay, so at least if you are going to want to guarantee these, you are going to need to spec into the proper nodes, which is kind of good. Unlock the finishing reagent slot and 5 more skill on making it. $466, and we got the finishing reagent slot. Okay, well this tree seems to work. This tree works much better than the missives and the inks and stuff. That's another 10 points, so that should put us at 476. Yeah. 486. Yeah. 496. 501. 501. Nipsu, go in. Dig in behind the chair. That's another 15 points. That's another 15 points. So that's another 30 points. 531. Yep. And then another 25 points on top of that. 556. Which, add 40 on top of that, does put you at guarantee rates, right? Yeah, that would put you at 596. Not going to be high enough to start supplementing anything, but guaranteeing with max quality with a full build works again. Nice. Oh, actually. No, it doesn't. No, it... oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it does just. You're going to need the high quality missive as well, because that adds 5 recipe difficulty. So you've got 1 recipe difficulty, very tightly tuned. It'll be 595 by the time you add your missive on it. So yeah, you absolutely need every single point. All 90 points in here and 100 plus 40 build up here to guarantee these at quality 5 with the specified stat. Obviously, you could use finishing reagents to bridge any of that gap, but it's going to be interesting, actually, with these finishing reagents, to whether people are going to proactively use them. Because you've got things like this, the resourcefulness, for example. You can boost your own resourcefulness. These finishing reagents are new to Midnight. We've had the skill ones before. All of these come from the patron orders, by the way. None of this is crafted. They've removed all of the crafted finishing reagents. But you got your standard 4+ skill ones, but you have a resourcefulness, a multicraft, and an ingenuity finishing reagents now. So if you're doing work orders and you're keeping up with your patron orders, you might have a few of these, which gives you a bit of a boost to your resourcefulness, maybe, if you're doing orders frequently. Quick question, is Moxie necessary for prof tools and accessories in Midnight? It should be, but it's not implemented yet. It should be. The tooltip for Moxie does state that it's for profession tools and stuff, but they just haven't added it on to any of the recipes yet. Expect that in the next few builds, I'd guess. Okay, so some profession tools up there would get that one sorted. Alchemy mixing rod. Do we learn any of the recipes from here? Unlock the finishing reagent slot. Oh, is this the same? Ah, this is the same. You can put points into getting better at... You can put a lot of points into the mixing rod without even having the recipe. You have to buy both of the recipes. Mixing rod, Moxie, mixing rod. Oh, no source of that right now. Okay. $4.92. $5.02. Yeah, I assume this works. If the first node works, I'm going to assume they all work. 582. That math ain't mathin', is it? That math ain't mathin'. You ain't getting 655 there, are you? What about the basic one? That math is mathin'. You get 40 points from up here. That means you would be able to do that one. The epic one, though, mind. Is that the same for all of them? Oh, okay, that's interesting. As it stands currently, there's no... With these ones, you can't guarantee them at top quality without the use of concentration. It's so difficult because we don't know what Blizzard's plan is, which is like, is this a bug? Does it, you know, does the recipe difficulty need changing, or is this the design? We don't know. It would, yes, be very weird though if like some professions could guarantee them without concentration and others couldn't, but like there were so many inconsistencies on all of the professions that it's hard to decide what they're actually planning on doing. But yeah, that's interesting. That the epic versions of the tools, the epic stuff can't be guaranteed without concentration. Could you even, I mean, you could obviously use finishing reagents to bridge that gap as well, to guarantee it without concentration, but at the extra cost of a finishing reagent. How far could you get? You could get to 622. So you're 25 out, meaning you'd need, meaning that even a mentor's helpful handiwork wouldn't be enough to do it. You would then need the plus 50 skill, which these are bind on pickup. So yeah, I reckon this probably is going to change. Do you make all your own tools or do you buy them? I probably will buy them off other people who have done the hard work. I mean, it's entirely possible for you to spin up. What are you talking about on the beta? I mean, on the beta, you need to make them all yourself here right now. But like when the game goes live, it's being self-sufficient is kind of a cool thing, but it does mean you have to spin up multiple copies of a profession to try and do that. You might want to, for something like an enchanting concentration character where you're going to need 10 enchanting profession tools, it's probably worth spinning up the professions that make those tools so that you can craft them yourselves. But if you just run like one copy of each profession, pay somebody else that's spec'd into it. The cost of leveling up a profession to be self-sufficient will be probably way more than you'd spend on a tip paying somebody else to do it. That's worth noting at least. Currently, epic profession, tool, profession gear can not be guaranteed. Ginny, how we doing? Wait, hang on. You've changed your YouTube name. Subtle change, but a change nonetheless. Let's see if the rolling pin is then the same as all of the others. I'm going to guess it is. Rolling pin. The epic one, you're not going to be able to do, but you are exactly 40 points away. Yeah, you're exactly 40 points away for doing this one. Yeah, it's so weird how they seem to have balanced some stuff. Yeah. Not others. Okay, last little section of inscription then. 200 weapons, staves and the likes. It's going to be these things, right? 377. Unlocks the finishing reagent slot. 10 more skill and the recipe. Where'd it go? 392 in the recipe. 392, 402. Oh, another recipe. 402 and like 416 or something, 417. All 30 something. Those work. Are we short again on those? Ah, it's because we haven't put the 30 points in here. Okay, that makes sense. YouTube does some weird shit. Made a channel the other day to post some stuff and it appears on the TV as the user. Oh, you now have 2 names apparently. We can get flat skill when crafting weapons. Gonna be 15 bonus skill there, 487. 97 plus the 5, I guess. 502. 507. we need to push a little bit further because we need some room. Was it 25 points? I think for 5 points for your missive. No points if you're using a high quality embellishment. And 20 points for the mythic. Yeah, so it's 20. We need to go 25 points over and above. Well, that's another 20 points. And there's another 25 points. So that should be enough to actually mean that even these are... Yeah, that math is mathing. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, these all seem to work. 15 points in bows before you even get the recipe, though. I'm not overly excited about the fact that you could be putting a boatload of points into a spec tree before you even get the damn recipe. But that's the route that you're going. You're going to do this first, and then you're going to backtrack. Yeah, scribes are going to make my bow this time round. Where's it gone? Hello? Where'd it go? Oh, sprig shot. There we go. Yeah, scribes are going to make my bow. That's what my bow's going to look like this expansion. Because I ain't paying 800,000 gold to transmog it. Lol. Doesn't seem unreasonable that the epic tools will require either finishing reagents or concentration. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know what their plan is with it all right now. I mean, like I said, they don't come out and tell us this sort of stuff, so we do just have to guess, but... will the complete Goblin Guide be Patreon exclusive like in the War Within? Probably, yeah. Although there are the public mini guides, which I'm putting up in the Discord this time, which will give you the basics. All of the real juicy, min-maxy, sweaty goblin stuff will probably be in the guide. That's the plan. This spark change is a bit of a weird one to see. The fact that you need 4 sparks to make a bow. And it's because there's no mini sparks anymore. And there's no half sparks, sorry. Which means two-handed stuff now all of a sudden takes 4 instead of 2. 800k was the very top rate. Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, the whole transmog thing is blown massively out of proportion. I think you can get your first 10 sets for like 70k gold or something. It's massively blown out of proportion. Because, of course, it's a nice big clickbait number that rages people, doesn't it? Whole bunch of points again until we get the recipe. Oh, interesting. Didn't teach us the recipe. Ah, this says codex is 20. Is it going to teach it to us now? Left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing again. That'll trigger the shit out of people, you know, if that goes live. When it tells people that you learn the recipe at 15 skill points, but it's actually at 20. That's one of those things that you absolutely categorically know most people won't even find, because most people will just spam all the points in a node, click go, and then it'll give them the recipe and they won't even notice. This is why my testing is slow and methodical and probably not very interesting to some people, but I find way more bugs than most. the node states it's 15 points to learn the recipe, but it's actually 20-point node that teaches it. And then 10, 30, 40 more skill on top of it, which should push it to the same level as the others. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Same as all the others. They're all balanced the same. Okay. Well, that's Inscription then. In a weird way, there is some stuff that works, and there is some stuff that definitely doesn't work. Pretty much anything that goes anywhere near this perfected products tree is completely broken. Either this tree needs completely reworking, or they need to rebalance every single recipe that this tree affects, because it's all kind of cooked. Dark Moon, unfortunately, feels violently underwhelming. I was kind of psyched to see that they were looking at focusing on Dark Moon a bit more, but I think it's caught the simplification bug, and it's just made it boring and pointless. I know. I mean, I know people don't like RNG, but as far as Dark Moon card crafting, it was within the RNG that made it fun to play with. Now that you can just say, I want to make rot cards, and I want to make blood cards, or I want to make whatever cards, it's boring. Especially since those cards go into making trinkets that aren't then used as reagents in the big boy trinkets, which means after about 10 days of Season 1, the entire system is in the bin again. Which kind of goes against your desire to put this many points into a spec tree when it's going to be dead in about 10 minutes. Dark Moon crafting will consist of people putting 40 points here, and then never putting never putting another point in the rest of this whatsoever, because it will be dead by the time they get the knowledge points to do it. So this is kind of a bit of an unfortunate situation. Swing and a miss on this. They kind of either need to take away your ability. I know this is going to... This will rub people the wrong way if they do it, which is why they won't. But they need to take away your ability to craft a specific card of a specific deck type. It's nice that they've thought about converting cards that are the wrong deck type and allowing you to convert them into cards of the right deck type. But that system is only really needed if you can't make the right cards in the first place, you know? We don't need both of those systems. We need create Dark Moon card and then transcribe the shit that's wrong into the shit that's right. Like, that works. Or just get rid of this transcribing system. It doesn't play a part. But the trinkets should then be used as reagents in the big boy sigils and the big boy trinkets. Otherwise, there's no point for all of this further than about 5 minutes into the expansion. Blueprints works fine. So the profession tools and all of the gear crafting and stuff is all balanced and all seems to work fine. Nothing outrageous there. Pretty much business as usual with this one. The Calm Hands tree being your stat buffing tree is actually busted overpowerful, even more so than it's been before. Massively increasing your multi-craft refund and also massively increasing the yield of multi-craft. Like, these are two absolute monster nodes. These 20 points are worth so much more than 20 other points previously. But then the flip side is that all of this is super boring. This is really fun. every point you put in this is giving you like huge amounts of extra, but then this is giving you nothing. So yeah, okay, that's inscription then. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna make some more notes on that so it can be fed back directly to Blizz, and I'm actually gonna call it there for today, boys and girls. I know we didn't look at anything other than inscription today, but we've got plenty of time between now and the launch of midnight, so plenty of time to be methodical. I hope you guys don't mind. I hope it's at least sort of useful. It's Friday, isn't it? That means it's the end of the week. That means I will probably see you guys on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Have fun. Winter is drawing in on some of us now. I keep waking up to like almost snow. So the weather could get cold. All the more reason to sit inside and play video games. But have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for stopping by this week. Next week... Next week is probably Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the streams. I'm probably going to have to take a couple of days next week to actually sort of properly document what we're finding and stuff. I can do little bits of that off stream. But there is maybe something happening later today that might take away some of my free time over the next few days. Which maybe keep your eyes on the Discord to find out more. But anyway, have fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I am rambling. Thanks for stopping by. I will see you all on Monday. Have a good one. Peace.